Hello, everyone. Are we live now, Dr. Nural?
Just wait for a while and just please go ahead with this. So Sonal, just wait for a while. We are webcasting it on our website, pdcon.org. Just wait.
Okay.
Dr. Sonal, go ahead. It's live on pdcon.org. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Welcome, everybody, to Pink Dental Congress Season 3 in association with MedSkills and National Health Academy. This is our second day of Congress, and yesterday we had beautiful young budding dentists participating in paper presentation and poster presentation. And it was more than anything else an overwhelming event for us because as dental practitioner for the past 20 years, still there was so much to learn from these young budding dentists. We have our chief guest, Dr. Rumpa Vig, who with her expertise and her enthusiasm literally boosted the morale of each and everybody around us. And then we had our jury member, Dr. Vaishali Das and Dr. Sumita Bhagwat, who were kind enough to sit for 4.5 hours continuously judging these students. And mind you, all the participants who had registered for paper presentation, students and all, they were kind enough that we will listen to each and every participant. So that boost, that encouragement is something that the students were looking forward to. And it was an overwhelming event. And being a mother, I can understand. I felt proud for those children. Today, we have a different take on whole dentistry itself. I was told that we had never heard some topic like this, life beyond dentistry. Whenever we think about a dental conference, the first thing that comes to our mind is it's going to be a scientific event, and there's going to be prosthodontics, endodontics, and whatnot. But when I yesterday, as I had discussed, when I thought about this event, the first thing that came to my mind is beyond dentistry, everybody has a life. Every life has a story. So why not nurture or why not celebrate this story? This is the dental fraternity is such that we are artists. That's what we call ourselves. We have so much to say. We have multifaceted talents amongst us, and women dentists are blessed. We are multitaskers. We know how to manage multiple things. I'm proud about that. If you ask a woman dentist to make the best of the biryani, she will be ready to do that. And if you ask her to place the best of the implants, I'm sure she'll be able to do that. So that is how we are trained. We are trained to have an aesthetic eye for everything. So we know how to manage, how to look beautiful. We know how to make things look beautiful. So if that being said, so why not celebrate this part of our life also, which has taken us up to a notch to which we have had a perfect work-life balance. Pink Dental Congress is a testament, is a tribute to all the women dentists who have not only found a niche for themselves in dentistry, but also created a path of their own and created that perfect work-life equilibrium. These 24 beautiful speakers who are going to be presenting from today till tomorrow evening, late in the evening, night, I don't mind that, because this is like a binge watch series. This is like a Netflix series of 24 episodes. You will be touched. I'm sure everybody will be able to relate to this. Even if it's not a woman dentist, a male dentist can also relate to it. I got calls saying that why not for a male dentist you're taking up such events. I would say yes, we will take it up, but right now celebrate the woman, celebrate the person who makes the home, celebrate the person who makes you. So with that and yesterday's blessings from our mentors and our jury, I would like to begin today's Congress. And today we have seven beautiful speakers. To start with, I would start, it would be a false thing on my path if I don't give credit to a person who brought about this idea of womanhood in dentistry being celebrated this way, and that's Dr. Ashwini Pujari. She is the owner and co-founder of Dental Divas group on Facebook. She was the one who started with a few handful of dentists, and she had that vision that, okay, we will start a group which will have all the women dentists, let them showcase their talents, let them showcase their cases, let's learn from each other. So that was the thought process of this young girl who wanted to make a difference for herself and for others also, and create a platform. So I look forward to always talk to Ashwini, because she has some of the other ideas. Today also she's coming up with a very different topic, networking in dentistry. Now you always say that we connect. We are women. We know how to talk. We know how to connect. But there is something that we need to think beyond the regular dental talks that we do. There is something more to life. Networking has become the key nowadays. And Ashwini is going to be Dr. Ashwini. I would say I call her fondly Ashwini, but today it's Dr. Ashwini for her. Dr. Ashwini Pujari is a co-founder for Pujari Dental Clinic with her husband. She's practicing in Jamkandi, a small town, I would say, but then her vision is very powerful, because I have seen her placing rubber dam. She's been doing root canal treatments, and she's been doing it with isolation, perfect isolations, since I think 4 or 5 years. I'm seeing her doing that work, and I was amazed that at a small city like Jhamkhandi, she is doing it so peacefully. Dr. Ashwini Pujari is with her unwavering dedication and passion for fostering connection. She has become one of the most loved and go-to person for many dentists. A keen learner and an expert at excellent endodontic skills, she has developed relationship with affection and care in dentistry and beyond. Let us get inspired by her wisdom. Ashwini, the stage is all set for you. Welcome, Ashwini.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for welcoming me. That was a beautiful introduction of mine. Thank you. And yesterday we all celebrated International Women's Day. Once again, I wish all of you happy Women's Day. And thank you, Pdcon 2024 and PIN conference for having me here today with along such beautiful speakers, 24 speakers. And today is a day two. I will be starting this session with my topic, networking beyond dentistry. Dr. Sonal ma'am, can I share my PPT now?
Yeah, please do that, Ashwini.
Yes.
Ashwini, before you share the PPT, can you
Yes.
answer 3 questions of mine? I know, I mean, it
Yeah,
is,
sure, ma'am.
yeah,
Sure,
please.
sure. Let me.
So can you describe 3 words for yourself? What can I say if I have to describe Ashwini in 3 words? Only 3 words I want. It's
Um,
one thing, no pressure, but
Maybe responsible, and one more thing, I would describe myself as a resourceful, responsible, and energetic.
perfect, Ashwini. And tell me one thing, if not a dentist, what is that profession that you would have looked forward to?
Maybe acting, modeling. I would
Wow.
love to.
Yeah, that would have suited you very well.
Yes, yes.
I'm
I
sure
would
of
love
that.
to.
Acha. And what about a book that or a thought that you follow and why?
And book. I read Sudha Murthy ma'am's book often, and I feel she's my ideal, and I always look forward to her moves and everything. I follow her, and some books in that I have seen somewhere like she has written that we need 4 things in life. That may be a talent, hard work, aggression, and one more thing which is related to my topic, connection. These are the 4 things we have to look forward to the in life so that we can have a good networking or a progress in our life. Then we need these 4 things like talent, hard work, aggression in your work, and the connection between your uh, colleagues or someone.
Perfect, Ashwini. Now I would request you to start your screen sharing and start with networking and dentistry.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Can you see my
Yes,
PPT
yes.
now?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead, Ashwini.
Yeah, connecting smiles. This is the one thing which I have missed in the topics that I have added here, connecting smiles. By connecting smiles only, we can do the networking thing. So networking beyond dentistry. Today, I'm not covering any dental topics. Usually I cover endo related topics. So I will be sharing before after pictures or case history, case reports or anything that will take more 60, 70 PPT slides. But today, what the topic I got is a networking beyond dentistry. That is very tricky, and it took me almost like 20 days to make and think and arrange the slides and think what all I should add, how I have to progress, how I can tell everything. It is really a very mischief topic what I got till now. And thank you so much, Dr. Sonal ma'am, Dr. Narul sir, for having me in this pink conference, which is entirely different than other conferences where the scientific topics and majority of the book topics are covered there. So this is my topic for the today. So as I told, I'm not talking about dentistry. He is my son, Athar. Whenever I come from my clinic and he comes from school, I'll just get a big smile on his face. So that is what it is called connection with a smile. You can do the connection with your eye contact, communication, or phone call or a message. But with a kid, what can you expect? That is a smile. So connection with the smile is very much important for your networking, and it is not explained or you can't even tell how it will be made or something. So connection will happen, but you have to go approach yourself first. So let's explore how to connect and network in a creative ways beyond the dental industry. Networking. See, as I told, connection. It is between one person to another person. It is if it is becoming one person to another person, like the chain goes on, the connection chain will become. So the networking will happen only the when the connection chains will happen and the opportunity will create in that chain and it will create a networking. That is what called networking. Networking has come a long way as social media has developed. Okay, we are no longer limited to networking in workshops, award shows, and conference rooms or something. We can meet thousands of people from all around the world on social media now. Networking is not like giving a business card or taking contacts or something. So as a social networking, we can get started for free from anywhere, anytime you can start. So why to wait and know the power of networking? Discover the impact of networking on a professional growth. It will always give you a meaningful growth for your profession, and learn how to build a meaningful connection first that go beyond the traditional boundaries that you have to learn by yourself to do the networking. The one simple trick to start networking now, that is how. So for dentists, networking happens every hour of every day. Start networking now by smiling and being friendly to new faces. See everyone you meet as a potential networking contact and treat them accordingly. Be friendly to each and everyone you meet. Then expanding to the new context, reaching out to the new context. I will tell you networking, what I think is in a three types. One is professional networking, one is personal networking, and one is social networking. In a professional networking, how you can go approach and have a connection. Actively seek out individual in your industry or related fields who you admire or want to learn from. Okay. Send personalized introduction or a connection request to start building a relationship. For personal networking, you don't need to do anything. You'll attend marriages or any family functions, get together. For social networking, you have to join some organizations or something, NGOs, and then you can have events, conferences, get together. There you can go and meet the same thing. You have to show you are admire and want to learn anything from them. Then you have to approach them and send them your personalized introduction, and always be yourself fearlessly. Celebrate every positive thing that makes you unique and interesting individual. You should have a good intention to get a good connection, what I'm telling you right now. And if you are having any problem like underconfidence or shyness or anything to approach people, overcoming your shyness is about trying to change who you are. You are always yourself, and be honest with yourself about why you want to be friends with that certain people. As I told, good intention and clarification. There should not be any confusion about your friendship making. So always have a clear cut image of why you want to meet that person and everything. Okay, and practice your conversational skills. Always have a good conversation with your fellow men and make a good conversation and a connection. Making new friends start with a smile. As I told, genuine smile and genuine interest in learning about someone else is needed. And be who you are. Always celebrate your own personal style. Don't copy anyone else. Don't be fake. Brand yourself. Always be yourself and approach as you are. Okay, don't be anyone else. Always be yourself. Then networking strategies. We should have some strategies, not like you go on a messenger or a message or any Facebook where you will just message one unknown person hi and you will expect such a big conversation with them. No, you should have some basic networking strategies that will create a good relationship and the good connection that will lead to the networking. Network lead to the opportunities, then it will give you a professional growth. So for that, you have to look for industrial conferences, meetups, online or offline events where you can meet like-minded professions. Prepare a brief introduction and have your business cards ready. So it may be in your professional networking or in your social networking. Attend the networking events. Always there will be events in the networking. So always attend that event so that you will have a conversation and connection between the persons you want to approach. Next, we have join professional organizations. Like it should be in a professional networking or in a social networking. Professional networking, become a member of professional organization related to your industry, like dental industry. Attend the meetings, events organized by these organizations to expand your network. For example, we are attending a online event now. So it can be offline also. This is related to dentistry. Like example, we have a group, as Dr. Sonal ma'am told, we have a group, Dental Divas Excellence Academy, which I have started in 2019, June. Almost we are completing 5 years now. So this is an organization you can join. Like this, n number of organizations are there. So you can join that and you can learn so many things and have network from that place. So social networking. In this, you can join any groups. For example, in Facebook, I'll just tell you, because I'm interested in gardening. I joined a gardening group there, and I got to learn so many tips and about the plants growth and fertilizers, everything I want to learn, and even interior, how I can arrange the indoor plants and everything related to gardening. So that is a group, that is an organization where I have joined, and I learned something, and even I got a networking there. I have met so many people out of dentists. They are not dentists. Like this, my husband is into photography. So photography, there are n number of groups in Facebook where you can go join that, and you can have a good networking. You'll get to know where is good bird capturing will be done. Recently, we got to know that in the Andeli, where we have to go and get the more pictures of birds. That is, we have discussed and got to know from a group. So this is what we get networking and ideas and everything we will get from joining a organization. Third, leverage of social media platforms. I will not explain much about this because all of you know how it will work. Because social media is a boon and curse to us. If we are using it correct way, then it will help us a lot. Always use your precious free time only to make a good outcome from a social media. Then don't addict to the social media. Always use your free time. That time you have to utilize the social media platforms such as Facebook, Insta, etc., to connect with the professionals in your industry and join industry specific groups. As I told, Dental Divas Excellence Academy, Pdcon, or MedSkill, any groups you can engage and discussions to establish your presence and network with the like-minded people or individuals. So these are the three things which you have to keep in mind. Then seeking mentorship opportunities. So identify experienced professionals who can guide you in your career. It may be a professional networking or a social. What I stress out here is reach out to the potential mentors and express your interest in learning from them. See, for example, I passed out from GDC Bangalore in 2014. Then I was a UPSC aspirant for 2 years. I tried for that. After that, I got a job in Apollo White Dental, Mysore. Then while working, I got married and shifted to Jamkandi, North Karnataka, where it is a very small taluka place. And I started doing endo work in my clinic because we were having a very less consultants here. So I was having a very keen fond for endo works. Then to brush and upgrade in the same dental procedures, I thought I should go and get the course done from some mentor. So that time I took a endo course from Dr. Gopi Krishna from Chennai. It was totally different place, and the religion and the place and the culture and the language, everything was different there. We were there for 1 week. That time I got experienced the mentorship and the opportunities. What I learned from him is really mesmerizing. I got few friends there, and this all happened in 1 week. So always many of the divas who message me, ma'am, which course is good, which workshop is good, which mentor is good, who teaches good. Like this, I get a number of messages in my messenger. So what I tell you, people, please approach them directly. What you need, you first think from your view and what you want to learn and what the course is having the details, everything you can directly ask your mentor. He will not only just tell you about the dental part, he will even inspire you for your life. And that day, even I got to know about so much of dental interiors and the clinic management, workers management, everything he has explained. They will never stick to one part of dentistry. They always teach you every aspect of for your life. So always seek for mentorship opportunities. Always ask, never do only one thing. Like from morning till evening, if you go to your clinic and do patient and come back, and again the next day you will go to your clinic, again the same routine will continue. But when you will get the progression in your professional growth, for that you have to seek some mentorship opportunities, and you have to go and meet some people. That needs networking. So for that we need seeking mentorship opportunities. Then what is the benefits of networking? See, some people will tell, no, I want to be in my box. I will not go to anywhere out. I will not go to any events or something. I will be sit in my home, or I will sit in my clinic. I'll do my patient. I'll go come to my home. I'll do my household things and all. See, it will not work like that. You'll never see anything in that. So we need networking to have a good professional growth. So for that, we need networking. Networking benefit of networking is opportunities for career growth, as I told from beginning. So networking provides opportunities to connect with the professionals in your field or industry who may have a valuable insights, job leads, or mentorship opportunities. Building a strong professional network can enhance your visibility, reputation, and increasing your chances of career advancement. And knowledge sharing. This is the second thing, the benefit of networking. Networking allows you to learn from others' experiences. You can ask them, ma'am, this is the case which you have posed now. Same case I have got, and how I will proceed. For that, knowledge sharing is very much important, that you can't do it without networking. So experiences gain new perspectives and new way of seeing the cases from others' eye, that will give you more energy, more confidence to do the cases by yourself. So stay updated on industry trends and best practices. And by attending conferences, workshops, industry events, you can access valuable educational resources and expand your knowledge. So access to new resources. This is one more benefit of networking. So networking opens door to new resources such as potential clients, business partners, suppliers, or investors. And through networking, you can tap into a wider pool of expertise, services, of opportunities that can benefit our professional endeavors. So this is the main benefits of networking. So opportunities for career growth, knowledge sharing, and access to new resources. So building relationship, importance of building relationship and tips for effective relationship building and maintaining a professional connection. These are the three interconnected things which will be there for the building relationships. Okay. So a crucial aspect of networking, as it helps establish trust and credibility. And importance of building relationship will give you a strong professional connections and can lead to new opportunities, referrals, and collaborations. Building relationship outside of your immediate field can provide diverse perspective and insights. So tips for effective relationship building, how you will build a good relationship. So be genuine, authentic, show a sincere interest in others and their work. Okay. Be a good listener. Pay attention to what others have to say and ask throughout the questions. Okay. Follow, stay in touch with your connections, nurture the relationship over time. For example, if you have a good relationship with your mentor and you're discussing a case with him, always send him a follow-up x-ray or something, so that he will have a good relationship with you for a long time. So this all is gives you a good relationship. And offer value. Find ways to provide value to your connections, such as sharing relevant resources and making introductions by yourself. Okay. Maintaining professional connections. Regularly check in with your connections, send occasional emails, schedule catch-up calls, attend industry events and conferences, use these opportunities to reconnect with your connections, engage on social media, interact with your connections, post or share a relevant content, offer support, be willing to help to the connection what you have made, and they need, whenever they need for any help or something, always be there. See, these are the things which you have to keep in mind to build a good relationship with your uh, next person, or a new face, or a colleague, or any social worker, or anybody in general. So always keep these things, be genuine and authentic, and follow all this possibly. Then let me go into my life. Like, I'm a nostalgic person, and I always see my stories, memories often. So what all happened in my life, so I'll just give you a glimpse how it has happened and what is social networking. So no, social networking, it will not be very easy as a professional networking, because here we get numerous people who are very different in their profession, or their attitude, everything is very much different. So once I came to Jamkhandi, is a taluk place, so it was a very small place. Everything was different here, culture, food, weather, and it was very near to Maharashtra. Then Maharashtra influenced people, Marathi talking people. So doing OPD was very much difficult to me, and that those days I struggled a lot. Then my neighbor, she told me to join one social organization that is called Rotary. So in that Rotary have a one more part for only women's or spouse of Rotarians, that is called International Inner Wheel. So here in Jamkhandi we had a Inner Wheel Club of Jamkhandi with a people of 30 members or something. So in 2016, once I came to Jamkhandi, I joined that. I started taking part in that regularly, and I started doing camps, denture camps or free dental awareness camps, health talks, everything. Every year we do one or two camps in the city in the Jamkhandi. So along with my colleagues and the friends in the Jamkhandi dental fraternity, they joined me in some camps and have done individually some camps. This all boosted my energy, and in the age of 28 or something, I started doing camps alone for the school children's, and giving dentures for the elderly persons. This all created one social networking with me, and you don't believe. So after joining the club, it has been almost like 7 to 8 years now. So I have completed almost all the post and office bearer things in the club, and I have got to know so many things, and I got to mingle with so many teachers and other professional workers and children's and seniors, juniors, everyone in the town. Now it is very much clear that I'm a member of Inner Wheel Club Jamkhandi, which is pertain to do only social related works, that is for dental camps or something that is rendered only for underprivileged groups or children that is very much into social works. It will give you one thing. I'll tell you, this is the social networking, what I told you. It will give more media coverage or more introduction of your identity in the society. So in society, they will get to know that there is one doctor, and she's in this group, and they started coming to our clinic, and this will lead to the progress of our professional life. See, from morning till evening, we will work in the clinic, and that clinical dental oriented work is a bread and butter for us. I know that, but constantly if we are doing only those works, nothing will happen. So in the precious free time, utilize for such things, so that you will get to know more people in your city, and the connection will build, and the networking will build, and you will get the opportunity to get more patients in your clinic. So this is very simple, and even you can participate in all the programs what they conduct, and you can join them. And it is an only social oriented works they do. And one more thing, Dental Divas journey. As Dr. Sonal ma'am told, I am a founder of Dental Divas Facebook group. In the beginning of 2019 June, I was having some free time, and then I noticed in a group, in a Facebook, one group was there, and I started seeing the post and contest was going on, and there were more than 40 to 50 participants were there, and majority of them are male, and there were one or two entries were there from the female dentist, woman dentist, and I was wondering why. Then I opened the group and I searched, and there are more than 50 to 60,000 female dentists were there in that group. And how come they're not posting anything in the group? Why they're not participating in the contest? Then I was thinking why. Then I thought maybe because of shyness or less exposure or something like that. But why? We have to expose ourselves and get a good gender equity in our society and in our profession, so that, for example, in GDC Bangalore, when I entered college BDS, that time we were like 60 people were there. More than 40 were female girls. So where are they? Then why they are not posting or not participating, actively participating in the social platforms where they are giving opportunity to conduct conferences, conduct webinars, conduct any contest? Why they are not participating? Like that, I got a thought, and I started thinking over that. And I thought maybe I'll create a group only for women, so that I'll get a woman oriented group where we can give them energy, and uh, this one promote their work, and we can share knowledge and we can share some bond between our women dentists so that we can have a good future in coming days. So that time I started the group with 5 to 10 people maybe. Then we approached some mentors. They were very much like charter members for my group, like Niharika ma'am, Pavana ma'am, Pooja Singlas. Those people helped me to get more contacts, and we have sent some requested to other women dentists in the India. And even after some time, we got requests from abroad also. So like that, we have entered the Dental Divas Excellence Academy, and recently we got the registration done to the team. And this all happened with the family of 1,600 women dentists. Dental divas are there in my team. I'm so proud of it. And we have a general focus that is empowerment in every aspect of our lives. So successfully we have completed our 5 years, and we have done so many virtual conferences, contests, everything. This all will not happen only with our women dentists. Okay, networking we have done with the dentist, and one more thing we have done with the sponsors. Without sponsors we can't do any conference or a contest or something. That is, those people are not dentists, but those are non-dental fraternity, and we have approached them. They have approached some contest they have hosted by themselves. This all happened. This all is called networking. This I have in this dental divas journey, I have seen my professional networking, personal networking, and social networking. Everything is included, is a pack of everything. So next, this is my team. We have, as I told, we have Pavna ma'am here, Niharika ma'am here, Disha ma'am is here, and I have seen Jaspreet and Lavisha, Jeenal, Pooja, everybody. I met them personally in a sport offline somewhere else in the events after creating this group. So this all happened because of networking. So Dr. Sonal ma'am is almost like my family now. So I always call them whenever there is some personal issues also. It doesn't matter. So this all comes with a bond relationship. What I explained in the beginning, connecting the smile first, then you will get a networking, then you will get the relationship. So today and tomorrow, many of my dental diva speakers are there in this pink conference. So I'm so proud of them. We have Pavana ma'am, Niharika ma'am, Disha ma'am covering some topics, and we have our beloved Rumpa ma'am inaugurating this pink conference, and Shail Jaggi ma'am is there, Smita ma'am is there, Garima ma'am is there, Sayongita ma'am is there, so Shelly ma'am is there. This all my beautiful ladies, divas, my mentors, my family of dental divas are there in present in this pink conference. I'm so proud of them, and they are covering non-dental topics. That is very much important, because every day you'll hear them giving you a dental topic related webinars, but this opportunity, this pink conference has given opportunity for us to share our personal experience of dentistry, so beyond dentistry. So always listen to that and have an inspiration from them. Next, I have already told you that we have conducted some conferences from Dental Divas. In the beginning year, we have done 10 days conference with 10 speakers. Every day we have covered one topic. Then next, we have conducted some contest. For that, we have got a good sponsorship, and everything was happened, and more than 50-60 entries were there. That was very proud moment for me. All are free. All the contests and conferences we have conducted is free of cost. We have not kept any fee for that, and it is only for my woman dentists across the India and abroad. And then we had a organizing team for next conference, where we had more than 30 to 35 speakers were there in the conference. So it is increasing. The network is increasing. As I told you, this increase of networking is involving the professional, personal, and social networking. Everything is involved. So what I loved is, here you can see the smiles. All the beautiful speakers are giving smile over here, so they have enjoyed truly. Even in the pink conference, you will see after my webinar, you will see all the other speakers how energetically they give their lecture to you. So these are the feedback from conference top speakers. They have shared their love towards us, and they are very lovely, and thank you so much all of them. And always after seeing this, now don't sit and think about anything else. Go digital, act now, and start with your email. Get the newsletters. Always you will get newsletters from different organizations or anything. So, and attend webinars if you have time. Now social media is so much easy that you can sit and listen to the webinars from anywhere, from your phone or something. So social media platform like Facebook, Instagram, everywhere you follow whatever interested you. So you can join that group and get more information, more ideas, and good network from that. And even events. Do attend the events. Offline events will give you more confidence and more realistic view. And you should attend. I must say, you should attend Expo. Yes, nowadays everything will come to your home. Any parcel, anything, you will get it. But thing is, once you go to Expo now, for example, if you go to Expo, you'll not get time to shop only. You'll meet so many people out there, your senior, juniors, colleagues, batchmates. You'll be mad to see them take pictures, and you'll be so happy that you will forget your list of buying stuff. So this is what happens. This is the networking thing. You'll get to know so many stuff out there. So breaking the barriers, say there is some, even though in India some barriers are there still in the industry. So always break that barriers and have a, explore new opportunities. Learn how to leverage your unique skills to create an impactful connection. Okay, the art of collaboration. They explore the art of collaboration beyond dentistry. Discover how working with professionals from different backgrounds can lead to success. For example, I'll tell you, Dr. Niharika Yadav. I know her because she's a biker and a dentist. I'll tell you, she uses her free, precious time for biking, and even she works in a dental clinic. So, what is a collaboration I can see in here? So, even the sports, in sports also we can have a sports dentistry. So, this is the art of collaboration, and in this you can see the collaboration how it is working. So, you will get the professional growth from collaborating with some other field also. So always look for a collaboration and building bridges. Learn the art of building bridges between industries and discover the value of creating connection transcend traditional boundaries. For example, I'll tell you, sponsoring the dental material company or something, you have a bridge with them and have them in trust with you so that you can ask them for the sponsorship for your any contest or conferences or events. So that healthy relationship between two industries will merge and you'll have a good event or a conference successfully. So then embracing the diversities in a group of 1,600, I'm telling you, in Dental Divas, we have different kind of people from different origin and different place and religion and culture, and everything was different. But embrace the diversity of thought and experience in your network. Always learn how diverse perspectives can lead to the creative breakthrough. Aware of perspectives of diverse cultures, okay, and personalities, and with consideration of varied places, histories, and technologies. Always embrace this diversity. Never, ever take a chance with this, and always appreciate what you're seeing. Okay, cultivating the relationship. As I told, what is relationship and what are the benefit of relationship, how to keep those active and fresh. And cultivating relationship is like discover the importance of nurturing the relationship outside of your industry. Like learn how to cultivate a meaningful connection for a long time success. So always forgive if some fight is there in between your colleagues or any other non-dental fraternity and you need in your professional growth, then always forgive, forget, and show appreciation always. So if you see endo work that is better than you, for example, I always appreciate that work and always ask them what extra they have done in that case, so that I have missed that in my case. So I'll learn in the next time and I'll do it by myself. So listen effectively, always listen to the opposite side so that you will have a composed, calm and composed mind, and then communicate and always communicate often. So you have a good networking, then you have to keep the connection fresh and live. Always have a communication often, okay? And listen attentively. Always listen attentively. Don't be so random or something. Always listen attentively and trust. Trust is the main thing you have to keep in the relationship. Otherwise, if there is no trust, no connection, no networking, no growth or nothing. So give time for everything. We should give time. So for this networking also, it will take some time. It's not like overnight you'll get everything. So it has taken me almost like 6 to 7 years for me to reach here. So this has taken my some time, precious time. So give time and always share your values, share your views always with your networking connections. And innovative networking strategies. Explore the innovative strategies for networking beyond dentistry. Discover a creative approach to building the diverse and impactful network. Okay, for example, use random words or picture prompts or objects of interest to force your mind to have a new connections. So if something is demanding something, so always think innovatively, think creatively, and then you approach the connection and have that connection with you for a networking. Embracing the change. See, we have a box around us and we will sit in the box, then nothing will happen. We have to think out of the box and think how the change will come and how the networking will come, and sometimes it will come with a change, and we have to be ready for that. So embracing the change is embrace the opportunities that come with the change. Learn how to adapt and thrive in a dynamic and interconnected professional landscape. Like if it is bringing some change in you, then accept it. If it is good, accept it. If it is bad, leave it. So like this, you have to do a networking gauge. The ripple effect of connection. Sometimes if you are connected with a person and the what is ripple effect? I'll explain you. Sometimes it will give one type of effect that may be a positive or a negative. Always take positive side of that effect and discover the ripple effect first and that impact. Okay, how it will impact your connection, then think of the negative side and the positive side and learn how to your network and create positive change beyond the boundaries of dentistry. So beyond the boundaries of dentistry, you have to think about that in a positive way and take the positive side of the ripple effect. The ripple effect of your life might be greater than you imagine. So always, if you take a positive side of ripple effect, you will get the greater and a good imagination for your thoughts. And celebrating the diversity of thought. Celebrate the diversity of thought in your network. Learn how unique perspectives can lead to breakthrough, innovation, and collaboration. Always, as I told in the beginning, diversity, always give a respect to diversity and have a good diversity of thought in your mind for the good connection. Then the journey continues. The journey of connecting smiles never ends. Keep exploring new networking opportunities and embracing the creative possibility that arise. So always open up for a new opportunity. If something comes in your Facebook page, timeline or something, that something contest is there, conference is there, event is there, or some opportunity that may you may like it. So don't leave it. Give a chance. Give a second thought for that. If you are not getting any idea but you want to participate, ask your mentors. That is why I'm telling you mentoring opportunities. Always ask your mentor, otherwise your friends, colleagues, even your family members. Sometimes they may give you a hint or a thing to actually join that connection. So always the journey of connecting smiles never ends. Always give a genuine smile and stay open to the opportunity. You never know when your next connection will be made. So I always think for that. So whenever I get an opportunity to give a lecture or be a moderator or have any offline events or online events, so always participate. I try to participate because I always get to know some opportunity to meet new people, new faces, connection will be made, networking will be made. Somewhere I will learn something that will help my personal life, my professional life. Like that I will be having more progression in my life. So this is what I'm telling you. Stay open for all the opportunities what you get in your life. And this is the summary of my networking beyond dentistry topic. These connections offer unique perspectives. Okay, mentorship, sometimes it will give you career advancements and guidance and personal growth, as I told earlier. So additionally, networking beyond dentistry allows women to advocate for gender equity, share expertise, and contribute to the broader discussions on healthcare and societal issues. So always, ultimately, it broadens the horizons, fosters community, and empowers women to excel in diverse sectors. So always open for the opportunity and open for the connection. There nothing much needed here. Genuine smile, as I told, connecting smiles, networking beyond dentistry will make your life easier. And these are the references what I got for this webinar. And thank you for joining us on this journey of connecting smiles, and keep networking creatively and embracing the diversity of professional connections. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwini. That was a lovely lecture and a very good start to our day 2 Congress, I would say. And Ashwini, can you switch on your camera, dear? Okay, I think there is some glitch. Okay. Anyways, Ashwini, I'm sure everybody has got a lot of insights and have so many questions, and I'm sure your phone will not stop ringing now because everybody would want to be a part of Dental Divas. They are actually divas in themselves. So let's welcome them all with wholehearted and that warm hug of yours is needed now. So looking forward, Ashwini, for more collaborations and more opportunities now. Okay, now here forward we have a second speaker. Dr. Ashwini, can you just, yeah, I think your camera is off only, dear. Let me introduce our new next speaker, Dr. R. Ramya. Dr. Ramya, can you come online, please? Can you switch on your camera, please?
Yeah, I will. Yes.
Dr. Ramya, she's an MDS PhD professor and of Department of Oral Biology, Savita Dental College in Chennai. She wears multiple hats with grace and expertise. So here is Dr. Ramya for you all. Dr. Ramya, can you start your camera first? I would like to talk to you first.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you're there. Yeah, your slides are visible, ma'am.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. She's an accomplished academician. She brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to students. She dwells into multifaceted and multi-dimensional qualities of female brains, and she will be shedding light on its intriguing nature and complexities. She believes that female brain possesses inherent efficiency and power to tackle life's challenges with resilience, making each woman dentist empowered with capacity and insights on enhancing existing acumen to improve cognitive abilities and and accelerate goal achievements. As the director of Triumph Academy, a center of excellence in dentistry, Dr. Ramya is dedicated to advancing the field and empowering individuals to reach their full potentials. Let us all welcome Dr. Ramya here. Dr. Ramya, before you start your presentations, I have 3 questions for you that I'm going to be asking each and every speaker because I am a little nosy here. I would say I would like to know some part of your life which you have not explored or told anybody as of now. So, ma'am, just tell us about 3 words that best describe you.
Oh. Now, right? Or you want me to talk about later?
Later also is fine. So maybe we can take the question answers later.
Yeah,
Fine. So
okay.
can you just start your presentation, ma'am? We are awaiting
Yeah.
it. Okay,
Thank
Dr.
you so
Ramya,
much.
you all.
Dr. Sonal, for the very kind introduction, and thank you, Dr. Nurul, for considering me again this year too. So I've been a regular at Pink Dental Congress, and thank you so much. And this particular topic came in my mind as a flash when Sonal contacted me asking for topics which is beyond dentistry. And this is a favorite topic of mine, and the lecture outline is this, and this is how the session would go. So Sonal, we are starting at 2:50, I think. So how much time I have?
Ma'am, 30 minutes, max to max 25 minutes or so that we have questions.
Perfect, yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, so before going into the details of the depth of neuroscience and how much advantages we have as a female, a quick look at what the brain has in general. All of us know this, but to know the most important key facts as we unwind on the other facts, it would help you to reinforce certain important factors. So brain is made of 100 million billion neurons. And the best part of brain is that it is plastic. Plastic in the sense it actually has the capacity to adapt. So that adaptivity is one of the biggest advantages of human brains. And as you understand the beauty of neuroplasticity, you can keep achieving more and more. But this is not gender specific. It is more common for both the genders. But the advantages is brain is capable of adapting and growing better and better every day. Neurogenesis is something which I thought I should definitely emphasize here. So what we generally learn in our theory part is that the brain growth is almost close by 5 years. So that is what usually the growth curves, Kaman's growth curve teaches us. But there are some important and interesting facts that neurogenesis continues in certain parts of the brain throughout life. As long as you are alive, there are possibilities of neurogenesis, not maybe in all parts, but some parts. That itself is a very positive matter, which you have to remember, because that helps in enhancing memory, and you don't have to worry about Alzheimer's or any kind of dementias which come as age increases. And that also gives an advantages of better movement and reward processing and so on. And another interesting fact about brain, most important, is we can think as fast as a Formula One racing car, which accounts to around 360 kilometers per hour. And that is definitely very fast. So that is the fast, the speed at which your thought process can work, and brain is hyper efficient. And this is something very importantly, all of you should note. There is a lot of anxiety about the artificial intelligence, which is slowly creeping into our lives, and the worry about whether how much of professional need, or how much of the requirement it is going to engulf upon. So every lecture, when I talk in any kind of topics, I usually tell and re-emphasize on the participants that artificial intelligence will be there, it will be growing, but it can never match the human brain, because human brain is hyper efficient. And please understand, artificial intelligence is only a product of the mastery of human brain itself. So first thing is, you don't have to worry. And the quick thing about this beautiful Congress, so that's why we are here to talk about female brain. And definitely all of you know that the advantages of female brain are many, and we also have disadvantages. So everything has an upper side and a lower side as well. But this particular presentation is mainly to emphasize all my female colleagues and the female students about how advantageous are we over the other gender. So that is what I'm here to emphasize on today. So we as females have definitely better verbal skills, and better verbal skills, our Wernicke's area and Broca's area are slightly more evolved better than male gender. And that makes us communicate better, which is very, very important. I was just listening to Dr. Ashwini's presentation previously. She has very brilliantly emphasized on the need to network. Very, very important in the current time period. So as you start networking, you have to communicate. And that communication is already there inside you. You are already an able communicator. Just practice it more and you would become brilliant. So the other important factors are higher emotional intelligence is definitely more with females than in males. And this is because of very specific areas in the brain which are very favorable to us. So emotionally, we are definitely more intelligent. Because of this emotional intelligence, there are advantages as far as career opportunities are concerned. I'll come to that later. And memory, of course, we have stronger interconnectivity of synapses, which is slightly better than the male gender. So again, I'm trying to compare it with the other gender, not to showcase that we are the best. It is not that. Just to make you understand that you have an immense potential inside. So the beauty of increased memory is there is a specific type of memory which females are excellent in. That is called as episodic memory. Episodic memory, we are certainly the best, and that actually helps you becoming a very good administrator, a coordinator, and organizing things with best details. And this is something which lands up with a lot of criticism. Whenever this topic comes up, everybody tends to disagree with So multitasking ability, believe me, is there as an inherent capacity in every female. That is mainly because even when females were not donning greater hats in relation to their professions, even before that, even when they were very able homemakers, they were multitasking personalities. So multitasking comes very, very naturally to female gender. And of course, the moment the word multitasking comes out, I can hear the mind voice, or at least anticipate mind voices thinking that multitasking will result in outcomes which are lesser quality. Might be, but do understand your brain is actually present or is capable of multitasking. And especially in an era of high technological evolvement, we automatically do multitasking irrespective of gender. So already your brain is capable of multitasking. And the next controversy comes about how good is an outcome from a multitasking personality to a person who is very, very focused into one work at a time. So believe me, it is definitely multitasking. Everybody will multitask. But if you are actually focusing on one work at a time, your brain gets less tired. But the moment you open your eyes and look into the world, there will be so many interconnectivity happening. And that is actually multitasking. You don't even have to look into your mobile. Just take a book, start reading. Your brain will also look into the surroundings. It will keep watching what is there in the surroundings. And that is part of protection and defense mechanisms, which we are already blessed with. And believe me, this kind of multitasking is not only there for humans, even for basic simple animals also, or the basic animal also have this survival mode. So if anyone comments that when you multitask, you tend to underperform, please brush it aside. Multitasking is a part of everyone. Females have an edge over multitasking abilities. So that's very, very important. Of course, having gone through the very interesting advantages, there could be disadvantages as well. And we are, as females, we would have faced multiple comments, criticisms about disadvantages we have. And we also know that in the media in an era of social media, there are always memes surrounding females in these areas. If you see, these two are the key areas which everything would focus on. So why is our mood fluctuating so fast? That is mainly because we have a different kind of physiological mechanism, and that is predominantly influenced by hormones. So the physiologically, the female body needs to do some functions, and to perform those functions, it needs hormonal regulation, and that hormonal regulation sometimes works against us. The only thing what you should do is analyze them, be conscious in recognizing such fluctuations and such disorders, and very easily you can handle. So don't let it overpower you. So that's a very important statement, which I thought I should definitely emphasize on here. This is again a repetition, but hormonal fluctuations have to be told here again and again, because that is the advantage and that is a disadvantage too. So this can be handled very, very efficiently simply by just watching your thoughts and actions very consciously. You will know where the fluctuation is happening. And if it takes you away from what you don't want to, just stop and then calm and relax. You will definitely you will feel better, and you will not be unnecessarily criticized. So next, a quick look about the gender comparison. How is the male and female brain different from each other? And how are we more advantageous? The most important and quick points which I would like to re-emphasize here is the interconnectivity which we are naturally blessed with. And mainly, why did this gender difference, first of all, come in place? As man started evolving, the survival is one thing which actually has shaped us till this, till today. So as man kept evolving due to needs, his food needs, his reproductive needs, and many other demands, we have come a long way. And as the genders progressed, male has a very strong musculoskeletal system, whereas the musculoskeletal system in females is slightly of a lower tone when compared to males. Why is this important? It is important because purposefully nature has kept it that way, but understand, to compensate for that low-toned physique, it has given us a very interesting uplift on emotional intelligence, interconnectivity, intuition, and so on. So that is how nature has tried to beautifully balance. And those are the things which you should always remember and understand. So before going into deeper aspects, structurally, we were talking in terms of functional differences earlier, an overview. Structurally, that is scientifically, are we different? Yes, we are different. So gray matter, you know how much gray matter matters. So that gray matter, the amount, the proportion is slightly more in female gender. And that should make you feel very proud to be born as a female. And the next important thing is, how much are you utilizing it, and how much of it is being put into the best of best abilities. So especially these areas, the hippocampus, amygdala, and prefrontal cortex, these three areas, if you can nurture, you would definitely become a extraordinary performer and you would be doing brilliantly in your profession. So this is very important, and the gray matter is already more in proportion. And next comes the white matter. White matter connectivity is more powerful in females. And this is because of this connectivity, thus that we have better episodic memory and we tend to remember small things. And that again is very, very important for survival and many other factors like cognition and so on. The other beautiful part of the brain which is well developed in female is the hippocampus, which is very important for memory formation. Spatial navigation is very, very important. And that is why we can remember simple anniversary dates or wedding dates or birthdays better than men. Those are simple examples. We can do even wonderful things. Amygdala is something, again, a very, very highly evolved structure, which is involved in processing emotions. And that is why we can handle, and we are better problem solving solvers than men. So problem solving capacities come because of this well-developed amygdala. And that again is because of increased, that automatically gives us emotional intelligence and thoughts. The other area, we saw hippocampus, we saw amygdala. The most important area for both the genders is the prefrontal cortex. Every time when I open up taking a theory lecture or taking a practical demonstration with my students, I immediately give some exercises to control the prefrontal cortex, because if you can control this, then you can become a master in your field. And this prefrontal cortex is very, very important or key in decision making, impulse control, social behavior, and so on. And that is a very important part. And that again is slightly better when compared to males. And there we stand to have very strong advantages. So the key aspects of the today's topic of multifaceted, multidimensional aspects of female brain is what we are going to quickly touch upon again. So emotional intelligence, I've already said. Now that you have an overview about the advantages, disadvantages, characteristics, we saw the difference between male and female gender, and then we saw about the structural differences, basically, which female brain possesses. The next important thing is emotional intelligence. So that is why emotional intelligence, if you see, I have a very strong data to give you a very quick idea about emotional intelligence. All of you know that suicide rates are increasing, but quickly just flip through the gender prevalence as far as suicide rates are concerned. Males tend to commit more suicides than females. That is a very sad statement, but why are females having that advantage over males is because of this particular area, emotional intelligence. We are more stronger in that. That again reverts to proper utilization of your hippocampus and amygdala. We are more very strong in handling problems, and that comes because of cognitive flexibility. This is a very important statement. Cognition is the power of thinking. Cognitive flexibility is the ability to adapt according to challenges which life throws on you. So cognitive flexibility is a very important statement, and that gives an advantage of how you can change into according to circumstances. Think creatively. This is again a very big blessing to us. I'll come to that later, but creative thinking skills, we have it better than males. And again, multitasking, ability in decision making, problem solving skills, all are being gifted to female brain, and that is why we should put them in full use. The next thing which this all of you would agree, when you are as a family member discussing on a problem, the females would be the first one to give you a solution, and they would say that they have an intuitive feeling or a gut feeling that it could happen like that, and they are very good in predicting future. So all that happens because of intuition power, as I already said, for survival, for balancing what nature didn't give in terms of physical strength. Of course, again, now all of you know that physical strength can be built with proper guidances, but in general, physical strength is what we lack. So physical strength is being balanced by giving all these advantages. So females have that extraordinary intuitionary powers, and that extraordinary intuition powers comes because of very very quick or extraordinary powers in relating to putting the higher centers in use. And resilience and adaptability again are extraordinary in females, and that is why we can survive in terms of adversity. Please recollect the suicide ratios. So this goes and explains the answer for survival and handling whenever there is a challenging situation or when there is an adverse situation. Communication skills was already spoken about. Communication skills is about the verbal skills, and verbal skill again points to Wernicke's area and Broca's areas, which we are very strong at. And the power of communication again, reach out to people, talk with people, ask if you want anything, and that is how you can grow well. And this again comes because of the intuitional powers, analytical and critical thinking. Females are very good, but again, there are some disadvantages to it. We always tend to get a tag of being too judgmental. So the moment you are trying to take your advantages to a disadvantage level, it could be because of overdoing. So very consciously handle all your the best ones. Sometimes when it is being overdone, it would sound judgmental. So it is good to be analytical. It is good to be critical thinking, especially when there is some problems. You will be able to give better solutions, but do not tend to be negative. Do not go on the negative aspect. And here comes the next important thing of your resilience, of your ability to be creative. Creativity, being innovative is the need of the hour. You know how much dentistry is evolving, and no other field evolves as quickly as our field, because we are a very beautiful conglomerate of science, technology, and medicine. And because of this wonderful complex area, this is, I would say, most creative field. because right from your every simple mouth mirror, there are so many things which you can make better and better by being more creative. Your dental clinic, your dental practice gives you immense opportunity to become creative, to make innovations as well. And that is already there inside you. The ability to be creative and ability to be innovative is there inside. If suppose if you differ and if you think that you are lesser creative or less innovative, understand that you have not yet opened up your gift box, which is there inside. So try to nurture it and then bring it out. Empowerment and leadership. I do not know if you would have heard many of your peers telling that it is very difficult to survive with a female boss. There have been so many negative comments. If you search Google and see who is preferred, a male or a female boss. Female bosses are not preferred mainly because maybe they are very tough to work with, but it is not like that. Female bosses, if they are they are considerate, and if they know to draw their lines very clearly, they can make brilliant leaders. And that is again basically inside them. It is a very important characteristic which is already there. So how did we evolve into such fine species of having so many advantages? That is mainly because we know nature knew that we have to don the role, many roles, and that is why as days passed by, we evolved into better and better personalities. Now past almost, I would say, from the last century, females are also having a profession to take care in addition to the other responsibilities. So to handle all that, adaptability is the most important characteristic, and that I feel they utilize it to the best of their abilities. Cognitive enhancements again was already mentioned. Cognitive flexibility, ability to think and ability to adapt by altering the thought process in as it needs to handling the vagaries of life is what is the cognitive flexibility. Behavioral flexibility automatically comes as a part or outcome of cognitive flexibility. Social interactions, as I think Dr. Ashwini has spoken enough about it. So this again comes better to a female. Why? Because we empathize more with a fellow being than what a male can do. Again, it might sound that I'm being very biased towards male gender. It is not like that. We are talking for Women's Day, and we are here to make the women gender more positive. So I have to highlight all that is special to us. So when there is a need to socially interact, definitely a female will do better, because that basically that nature to be very empathetic when they talk to a fellow being is definitely more rewarding than a male person. And then comes cultural influences. All this again plays a very important role in shaping up or making you better and better, but irrespective of cultural differences or irrespective of modern challenges. Modern challenges, the biggest thing which we are facing right now is artificial intelligence. But lucky for us, we are in the service field, healthcare services. I can vouch that artificial intelligence can only enhance, it cannot remove us from our profession. So come what may, modern challenges in whatever form, we can easily survive, and please do enhance whatever is already said. And as I go into the concluding mode of my presentation today, I've spoken enough about the differences about male and female, but do understand this is a very important part which has to be understood by both females and males. Every male has a female side inside, and every female has a male side inside. So this was spoken to about from very ancient times, from our culture, where we see the female and the male part are half each other, and the Chinese literature also says about the yin and yang. So all of us have both the characters. Only thing is, once we take up the female body, depending on the needs, depending on the functional requisites, we perform differently. So that is something which has to be remembered. So my take home message would be, you already have the superpower within you. You have beautifully evolved prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and hippocampus. And that would give you an edge over your fellow men, and keep nourishing it well and bring it out when and where it is required. And automatically you will make a very big difference in the profession which you are currently now. And it is just not about profession, just being a mother, just being a friend, being a very good spouse. Everything can be made differently, and you can make an impact in any relationship or in any professional need if you can harness that power within you and make it shine in proper way. So I extend my gratitude to all my higher ups in my institution, who, without whose support, I would not be getting the chance to come out and talking to you all. So thank you so much for my patient listening to my topic. And I'll also again thank to Sonali. The brochures which you made were so lovely, and especially the black and white ones were so lovely. It got a lot of responses from my followers in social media. And thanks again, Dr. Nurul, for having me here. Yes, Sonal, I'm open for questions.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And I think you opened a different aspect to us that now we may understand our spouses better. I used to always wonder why he forgets the dates. Why is it that, he always forgets the dates and anniversaries, or why he gets back to me and any person, if he wants to know, he'll always ask me, so what do you think about him? Or what do you think about her? Should I keep her on this position or no? And now I know that he has appreciated. Now I think I should thank my husband more that poor thing, he's not capable to understand this. All thanks to you, ma'am, that you have made us aware that understand your spouses better. Now, from now on, they are not capable enough of understanding this much. Ma'am, now that I would like to ask you, this was a fun part of the whole series because we have a different twist and take on the whole theme of dentistry, life beyond dentistry. So can you describe yourself in 3 words? Dr. Ramya in 3 words.
I would call myself as an author, a teacher, and an entrepreneur. Those 3 words actually fit me well.
Yes, ma'am. That do fit you well. And if not a dentist, ma'am, what other profession you think you would have excelled in?
Okay, that's a nice, interesting question. Before getting my BDS admission, I was doing BSc Agriculture. I got that seat first, and I started pursuing it for almost 4 months. After which my BDS admission came because of delayed counseling, and I would have been a, a professional with all my greeneries. I love plants, and I would have been a
Wow, ma'am. That you can still cultivate, I think, as a
yeah,
hobby.
I do have, wherever I am, there is a presence of greenery around me. Yes.
Wow, wow, wow. And ma'am, one book or a thought which you have always followed, or one book that has influenced you to the core, like, that defines you, or you follow, or you liked, whatever.
Okay. I keep reading a lot. Mm, I would say because it is not one book that actually defines you. There are so many books and so many masters whom I have followed, and it would be unfair if I give credit to one. So I would generally, maybe for others who are watching, what you can do is quickly take out the 10 best books which you should read in your life. So something like that, an advice, and start reading. And yeah, that would, the big one which made a difference in my life is Osho's books during my undergraduation. During my school days, I would, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not getting that master's name. Maybe I'll share it later. So all these people made a big difference. But now I read a lot of Robin Sharma. I also read Chetan Bhagat, and the list is endless. So yeah, so maybe best 10 motivational books you can pick up, and everybody is a different universe by themselves. So you can actually read and then find out. But you
Yes.
should definitely read books. That will make a very big difference.
Perfect. Ma'am, it was lovely having you, and you have been a part of MedSkills and National Health Academy since years, and it's my honor that I'm listening to you for the first time today, but then I felt a connection with you. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Thank
Very
you
kind
so
of you.
much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, now next speaker we have Dr. Sumita Bhagwat, who was also our jury yesterday. Dr. Bhagwat, can you just switch on your camera, ma'am?
It's on, Sonal.
Yeah, now you're there. Okay. So, Dr. Bhagwat, as we all know, we have already met her yesterday, and you're looking lovely, ma'am. And always a pleasure looking at you. I feel like you have not even aged a day. Like you're still in college. Anybody can easily propose you also now, and I would say that would take you at a different notch altogether. Ma'am, Sunita Bhagwat ma'am is a professor, PhD and postgraduate guide in Department of Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics in D.Y. Patil Dental College, Nerul, Navi Mumbai. She is known as an affectionate academician, as we all know yesterday, how she mentored the students. That says it all. And her patience and the way she guides everybody, all her students, and the way she looks forward to train them, that says a lot about her. Drawing from her own experience, Dr. Sumita Bhagwat will inspire us to break free from conventional thinking and embrace the possibilities of creative changes, and emphasize that balance in life stems from embracing diverse perspectives and approaches. Let's hear from her. Dr. Bhagwat, before we start the ritual, three questions and you may not miss them now. So, ma'am, three words that easily describe you or best describe you.
First, a warrior,
Okay.
a logophile, a lover of words, and definitely an empath. Definitely an empath.
Wow. Ma'am, and if not a dentist and not a model also, don't give that answer because you are already a model and you can easily walk the ramp now also. But if not a dentist, what other profession you think you could have excelled?
That's easy. It would definitely be something creative, like maybe an artist or a writer or maybe a stage actor. Actually, my presentation will speak more.
Oh, wow, great. Ma'am, and book or a thought which you would like to share with us, which has in
There's a book that I have been inspired by for God knows how many decades. It's a very old book. It's called Roots by Alex Haley. And to me, it has been inspirational in every part of my life. Every part of my life. I must have read it at least 20 times. I read it for the first time when I was 15 years old.
Oh, wow, ma'am, wow. So now let's start. Let's listen to Dr. Bhagwat. And ma'am, the stage is all yours. Please share your screen, ma'am.
Yeah. Sonal, just please guide me because I'm a little rusty because, COVID times we did
Yeah,
this.
so there's a green button down. You can see share screen.
That's done.
Yeah, we can see your flower wallpaper. Yeah, you can start with that presentation. Yes, you can go on a presenter's mode. Perfect, ma'am. You are live and your presentation is visible. Please go.
Okay. Am I good now? Is this good?
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Okay. So hi everyone. My name is Dr. Sumita Bhagwat, and my today's presentation is I Will. Now, this is more of an attitude rather than anything else because Sonal was generous enough to tell me that I could speak about anything I wanted. And this is something that I have never spoken about. So I thought, let's give it a shot. So, just a second, I think I have missed a slide. Yes, okay. So this is my mom and me from the time when I was 3-4 years old. And she told me a story which I later wrote down. I call it the most important lesson of my life, A Tale of Two Pigs. And I want to tell you this story. Once upon a time, on a farm in the countryside, lived Mrs. Pig. She had two children, Pig Will and Pig Won't. Mrs. Pig was very hardworking, and she often asked her children to help her with chores around the farm. Whenever she had a job to be done, she'd call out to the two little pigs and say, "Who's going to help mummy today?" Pig Will would jump up on his little feet, do a cheerful little gig, and pipe up, "I will, Mom." And Pig Won't, well, he would scuffle his toes, give a small frown, and say, "I won't." One day, Mrs. Pig decided to go shopping to the market. There was a huge grocery list that she had to fill out, and she knew she would need help to bring all the shopping home. So she called out to the two little pigs and said, "Who's going to go to the market with mummy and help her carry all the shopping back home?" And what do you know? One little pig jumped up on his little feet, did a little cheerful gig, and piped up, "I will." And we know who scuffled his toes, gave a frown, and said, "I won't." Anyway, so Mrs. Pig and little Pig Will went to the market, and Pig Won't was left all by himself at the farm. They reached the market and soon got very busy making all the purchases. At the billing counter, they met old Mr. Rabbit. "That's a fine lad you've got there, Mrs. Pig. You must be very proud of him for being such a helpful and thoughtful child." Mrs. Pig gave him a big smile and said, "Yes, Mr. Rabbit, he's a good lad, always ready to give a helping hand. I insist on giving him an ice cream as a treat for helping his mum. Would you like an ice cream, little fellow?" Pig Will couldn't stop dancing. He jumped up on his little feet, did a cheerful little gig, and happily piped up, "I will, Mr. Rabbit, I will." After finishing the ice cream, Pig Will and Mrs. Pig went back home, carrying all the bags. Pig Won't had had a very lonely and boring day. On seeing Pig Won't, Pig Will rushed to meet him and chattered 19 to the dozen about everything that happened, including the ice cream. He burst out into tears and complained bitterly to his mummy. Mrs. Pig hugged him very close and said, "My dear child, if you would have come to the market with me today, you would have got an ice cream too." Friends, I became Pig Will. Well, I mean, not pig, but I became I Will. Let me introduce myself. I'm all of this, and I'm all of this. My parents and my siblings. These are the backbone of my life, my foundations, my rock of Gibraltar, who, along with me, have always had a pig will attitude in life. And this is my inspiration, my little one, the next pig will in the making. So this is where it all began. I was in Indian high school in Dubai, and these were my dear friends. I adored them. But when school got over, I refused to accept that I would miss them. And so I said, "I'm not letting you go. I will reconnect." And so when Facebook and WhatsApp came, I reconnected with everyone. I traveled to different parts of the country and the world to catch up with them. I didn't let them go. In fact, I have two friends, both of whom are my friends from over 50 years, dearest friends. A friend asked me, "Will you play basketball?" I said, "Okay, I will." Another friend asked me if I would roller skate. I said, "Yes, I will." Ice skate? Yep, I will. I learned the piano. But then somebody said, "Piano's Western. You should learn something Indian." I said, "Okay, I will." And I learned the harmonium. My mother felt that swimming was a necessary skill in life. So I said, "Okay, I will." And when my school teachers came to know that I was a good swimmer, my sports sir asked me, Sumita, will you help us to coach little children in swimming? I said, okay, I will. A family friend asked me to act in a one-act play in Maharashtra Mandal, Dubai. And I said, I will. Somebody in school came to know and they asked me. And I said, okay, I will. My best friend asked me if I would learn Bharatnatyam with her. I said, I will. And my department students and staff asked me to join them on the floor. I said, okay, I will. Then a neighbor's daughter said, Auntie, you know so much of dancing. You should now learn again. So I said, I will. And I was the oldest person in my Bharatnatyam class. A friend of mine told me that I should write. So I said, I will. And I made my first blog called Wordplay in WordPress. It is called sumitabhagwat.wordpress. The writing journey began and began. I shared on Facebook and on other social media, and my writing was applauded and appreciated by so many. In this process, the now much plagiarized Sip Your Coffee Nice and Slow happened. It was something that I wrote during my son's 10th standard, and I can still tangibly feel the emotion with which I wrote it. Unfortunately, it was hugely plagiarized, and that too mistakenly, by none other than the national poet of Singapore, Madam Anne Lee, who was so embarrassed about this when she found out that she wrote to me from Singapore. She located me. I don't know how she did it. It was miraculous. She wrote to me, and she told me that the poem is so famous all over the world and everywhere it's being credited to her. I was so touched. I was so sad about my poem being plagiarized, but when I received a letter from Anne Lee, I was touched beyond measure. My faith in humanity was restored. She told me to copyright my poem. So I copyrighted my poem. And here it is, the copyright from the government of India. My poems started becoming popular. I started getting published in different places. And miraculously, I started winning competitions. Different forums, different places, different languages. My work started getting appreciation. What began as just an expression of my emotions started being noticed. Finally, my book happened. And this is it. I'm so happy to say that now I'm working on my second book. Meanwhile, my reputation for coffee and my reputation for having a good ear to listen to everyone was growing. Unknown to me, of course. A lot of my students came to meet me. Here, I'm not sharing pictures of my students because that would be a breach of privacy. I am extremely protective about my students, my children from other mothers. And so what help and support I have given them is completely just between me and them. But I want you to know that the kind of support and the kind of problems that I have given an ear and a shoulder to, they have been soul stirring. And in this process, this cup of coffee told me that my real calling in life was to train, to mentor, to guide, to be there for people. In this process, my institute and my employers noticed my sensitivity, and they put me in the gender sensitization committee as the chairperson. We work towards nurturing and protecting the girl child and the girl students' needs and requirements in an educational institute such as ours. We have periodic inspections, and I'm happy to say that the institute where I work strongly supports the nurturing of the female student. On the way, something really sad happened. I lost a dear friend to breast cancer. And it was a blow. for days I was very upset. But then I decided, no, I'm not going to be defeated by this. I will do something. And the Pink Project was born. I started speaking actively towards early detection of breast cancer. In my institute, in my college, in the society where I live, wherever possible. I have been doing this for 13 years now. My teaching career gave me so many moments of joy with children of other mothers. My postgraduate students, my dear, dear children, they bring me joy every single day. And the biggest reward, they gave me gold medals. These are my amazing gold medalists. And I know that my teeth are in safe hands. I'm not worried about getting a cavity. Along with the teaching came the need to write. I was asked if I would write research articles, basically. And I said, yes, I will. The research and writing journey has been ongoing. And now I'm humbly 44 publications old. Something interesting happened on the way. 2 journals asked me if I would be a reviewer for their articles. And what did I say? I will. So this is another thing that I do. But there was a bit of a hitch. My students, they said that, ma'am, this journal reading and all is fine, but it takes too much trouble. We have to search so much for things. You know, it's not that easy. Can't you do something to help us? I gave it a thought and I said, I will. And I created the Facebook page, The Indian Endodontist. So now the Indian Endodontist is a place where every conservative dentistry and endodontic journals, table of contents every month, every year is published for easy access. And I run this page myself. It is now about 12 years old, 12, 13 years old. I have a very healthy following of about 2,500, which is still growing. Along the way, a lot of queries came. Ma'am, will you conduct a workshop? I said, yes, I will. Will you lecture, ma'am? I said, yes, I will. Will you speak at a conference? Will you conduct a demonstration? Will you present an article? Will you lecture? Will you host? Will you compare? I said yes to it all. It was always, yes, I will. The mobile meant that there was so much opportunity to click. And this was something that I enjoyed. I did a lot of photography. As you can see, I'm very partial to flowers. And I love clicking everything that I see around me. But I'm partial to the sky, very partial to the sky. I do not lose a single opportunity wherever I go. And I try to recreate the iconic shots that I see all around me. Cooking was not far behind. It was always a passion. And being a foodie myself and being a mother of a foodie meant that I was cooking, baking, whipping, and basically, creating a storm in my kitchen. So during COVID, when a friend of mine set up a group called the Food-Centric Doctors, he asked me if I would join. I said, yes, I will. The journey of documentation and posting of food-related stuff began. And then I was like, this is boring. I need to do something interesting. And so I set up a challenge for myself. 45 minutes every day, breakfast and lunch. Exactly 45 minutes. And I did this every single day. It was crazy. And, the group members would be like, are you sure that, You don't have an assistant hiding somewhere. And I was like, no, this is my race against time. And I was fighting and competing with myself that 45 minutes can create a great meal. This went on for some time until one fine day, my son moved to university. And there was no hurry. You know, the circumstance in which I needed to cook in 45 minutes, those circumstances were over. But yeah, it was good. It was good while it lasted. These are my friends. And I put in a lot of hard work towards staying connected with them. Some are still around and some have gone, but that doesn't matter. I'm their friend forever. One such young friend was an old student of mine, Arif Deshmukh, and he asked me, Madam, will you do a podcast? I said, okay, I will. And that's how the podcast came. The Art of Teaching Dentistry, featuring me in my complete madness. It was fun. Mad therapy sessions was so exciting, and exploring a new media was so thrilling for me. One student asked me, Madam, will you donate blood? And I was like, okay, I will. And this has been going on for nearly 20 years. I'm a proud donor. And I have also committed to donating my organs when the time comes. Scrub Caps by Sumita happened during COVID because I wanted to do something different. I wanted to lend a hand and cheer up people. The intensity and deep despair of COVID was unfortunate and painful for many of us. We lost dear ones, and it was so important to stay cheerful. And I made these caps thinking that they would cheer up people. And then it just snowballed into a business. I didn't expect it to become like that. And now, with the students' help, I set up an Instagram page, which my son helps me to run. And man, this is crazy. That's sonar. And so many friends and colleagues and students enjoyed wearing my caps. It was such a pleasure. This phase was, the birth of the creative part of me. I always had a fascination for fabric, and this is how it came out. Another part of me was always into some form of art or the other. So this is the embroidery I do. I love embroidery and I indulge in it whenever I can. I also gave metal scraping a shot. It was fun. I did a couple of them, but then I found it, nice while it lasted, but I moved on. And I moved on to sketching, doodling, colorful stuff, which triggered my imagination, kept me occupied, and gave me some sort of a therapeutic effect. Like meditation. I least expected it, and this aspect of creativity got me thinking: can I do something else? And at this point of time, I shifted into a new house. So I thought, I'm going to decorate my house myself. And so these are my wall plates. I got into terracotta painting, and this is what I did. In the meanwhile, all sorts of paintings happened. I mean, it was fun. I'm still doing it now. There are lots of things in my mind. And yes, 24 hours is less. So to add it all, my father suddenly dropped a bomb on me. You do everything, Sumita, but you don't listen to me. Will you? And I said, okay, Dad, I will. What do you want me to do? And he became my guru for investing in the stock market. I am now currently an avid follower and investor at the stock exchange. And, I have noticed that very few women from our field are actively taking interest in the stock market and investing into their future through an avenue which is not unsafe. It is very safe and very secure because there is a way to do it. And my father is the most amazing guru in this field. So now I'm also an investor. The road ahead, I don't know. Because see, I have this bad habit of saying I will to everything. So the road is open and yes, I'm walking along. Let's see what else comes up so that I can say I will. But some things are on my mind. There's definitely more than one book. And then there's the urge to travel. But more than anything else, the urge to nurture all the relationships I have in my life. One of my greatest inspirations has been the legendary Muhammad Ali, who said that you don't lose if you get knocked down, you lose if you stay down. And for me, that has been the moral of my life always. And so I will always love you all.
Love you, ma'am. And that was a lovely presentation. And in one life, how much can you achieve? How much you can think of achieving? And sky is the limit. That's what I would say. If you want to, you will, and you can actually. Thank you, ma'am, for opening these avenues. Again, you have been a mentor who has told, I mean, indirectly, in a subtle way, told your students, get up from that seat, get going, show up, perform, and you will definitely achieve what you want. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. That was really amazing listening to you. And wish you all the best, ma'am. And I definitely would love to meet you personally also soon.
We need to do some of those things
We
together.
need to do that. We need to do that. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Vrushali Deshmukh.
Wait.
Dr. Dr. Vrushali Deshmukh, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, can you switch on your camera, madam?
Yeah.
Yes, madam. Hi, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, ma'am, it has been a rich, yeah, your screen is visible, and if we can go to the share screen mode, I'm sure you can share the screen also.
Yeah. I'm sharing it. Just a minute.
Go on a slideshow mode.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, before you start your presentation, we have a ritual since our topic is little full of twists and turns and a different take on dentistry and life altogether. So there are 3 questions which I would definitely like to ask you. First of all, let me introduce you.
Yes.
Here we have our next speaker, Dr. Vrushali Deshmukh. She is BDS and Director of Deshmukh Institute of Maxillofacial Surgery and Research Center in Aurangabad, a prominent dentist and the founder of Shivai Maratha Mahila Mandal. Her dedication to empowering women and fostering community development has earned her widespread recognition and admiration. In addition to her outstanding contribution to the society, our speaker has also received numerous awards and accolades for her exemplary leadership and social service. Her commitment to excellence and tireless efforts in advocating for women's rights has not gone unnoticed. Beyond her professional and philanthropic endeavors, Dr. Deshmukh leads a fulfilling life enriched by various hobbies and interests. She finds solace in activities like running, having received trophies for the same. In her leisure time, she enjoys engaging in activities such as trekking, dancing, drawing, which brings her immense joy and fulfillment. Ma'am, now having known so much about you, I would like to ask those 3 questions I'm asking all the speakers. So,
Yes, sure.
3 words that describe Dr. Deshmukh.
See, 3 words like hardworking, persistent, and unstoppable.
Wow.
Only
And
these words can describe me.
that's great, ma'am. And if not a dentist, what other profession you think you would have excelled in?
Like I would have been an IPS officer
Oh,
because
wow.
I
That is
was very
great.
much inspired by the Udan serial when I was a child.
Oh, wow, wow,
And
wow.
now I think I could have become a great architecture also.
Oh, architect.
Architect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one book or a thought that has inspired you all the while? Ma'am, one book or thought that has inspired.
Yeah, since long time I have not read, but I used to read many books. Maybe I'm inspired by the Shriman Yogi
Oh, great, great, great.
by Shivaji Maharaj.
Yes. So, ma'am, welcome to Pink Dental Congress Season 3, and the stage is all yours, ma'am. We look forward to your lecture.
Oh, great. Yeah, after listening to such a brainstorming lectures of uh, Dr. Ramya and Dr. Sumita Bhagwat, a very good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for your kind and beautiful introduction, ma'am. My name is Dr. Vrushali Deshmukh. I'm a dental practitioner since last 20 years. I'm director of Deshmukh Institute of Maxillofacial Surgery and Research Center, a proud mother to two beautiful daughters and wife to Dr. Vijay Deshmukh. Before I begin, I would like to thank Dr. Sonal ma'am for giving me this opportunity to present on this dais. I'm extremely grateful to be here as preparing this speech made me reminisce many memories. I'm very thankful to Dr. Sayogita, who has suggested my name. I remember when I was younger, I dreamed of being extremely educated and I wished to have a Maruti car and 12 plain color saris. Years later, I would say, all my dreams have come true, from the simpler ones I saw as a child and to what life had in mind. Dreams are always plenty. It's often said that it's a privilege to be able to dream. My parents always wanted me to be a doctor, so much so that they used to call me doctor throughout my childhood. I could dream as my parents always dreamed big for me, no matter what the situation. I was born in a very small taluka place called Evla to Sahibra Patil and Vatsila Patil. My father was a farmer's son who moved to Evla to be an English teacher. And my mother, she was a housewife determined to educate and make her four children independent. I was very fortunate as an English medium school opened in our taluka. When I was able to join the school, I grew to extremely be studious over the years. The school would reward studious students with picture story books. I still remember these books as they painted a picture of what a perfect life would look like. And I think I am inspired by those books because there were such beautiful pictures of family, of garden, and everything. Today, I am avid trekker. Every summer, me and my husband plan a trek in the Himalayan ranges. When we trekked to the summit of Tunganath, that is Chandrashila, I realized how much my life had been changed. It wasn't about the material expectations, but it was the satisfaction of looking at undisturbed sunrise. It filled my heart with so much of gratitude that it almost felt surreal. The mountains
Ma'am,
changed.
I'm sorry to disturb you. Your
Yeah.
slide is not
Yeah.
changing. Is it still on the first?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Today, I'm a avid trekker. Every summer, me and my husband plan a trek in Himalaya ranges. So it filled my heart with so much of gratitude that it almost felt surreal. The mountains changes your perspective on life and have an impact not only on the body, but the mind and the spirit as well. It puts you in a state where you perceive time differently. Time slows down and one focuses on the little pleasures of watching the sunrises and sunsets. The tints of the sky on the snow clad mountains, dewdrops on the rolling meadows, chirping birds, and meandering brooks. It makes one calm and immensely happy. The trek is not only just a test of one's physical health, but also the mental strength. It is devoid of worldly material pleasure and thus puts a person out of their comfort zone. The oneness with nature sparks serotonin and dopamine. The dopamine is the dose which triggers the reward center and gives the feeling of accomplishment. Just like you have to pursue through the steep mountains to see the snow peaks, I had to persevere through years of hard work to build my practice. I was admitted to first year BMS in Nasik for 6 months before I joined this BDS program at Aurangabad. You can see that the trek at Rudranath, and the previous slide shows the Tony Bugyal, and this is the Hemkund Sahib. It gives an immense pleasure to trek. So I was admitted to first year BMS in Nasik for 6 months before I joined this BDS program in Aurangabad. I always wished to get a transfer to Mumbai, and I worked so hard for the same. Vaishali must be remembering that I used to ask Ratin Das that can he just get me transferred to Mumbai, but I could not. But like it says, destiny had its plans. During my last months of internship, my professor, Dr. Vijay Deshmukh, proposed me for marriage. I think it was one of the most important and correct decision I have ever made. My husband was not only extremely intelligent, but also talented and kind-hearted and supportive. He would always push me to learn the new things, go to conferences and travel. He had salary of only 8,000 rupees, out of which 5,000 was spent on the household family liabilities, and whatever remained was the budget of our household. We worked extremely hard. My friend, Dr. Jitendra Khasgiwale, who has helped me throughout my career, like we both were used to go for the conferences and learn. He always advised me to spend few of my savings for only conferences and buying dental products. During my first pregnancy in the year 1997, my husband received a scholarship to go to study to Japan. Our first daughter, Apurva, was born while my husband was in Japan. Times then were so different. There were no mobile phones. So the only mode of contact was ISD call, which proved to be very expensive. The family dialed to him to tell him that he was a father to a baby girl. Who would have imagined that there would be video calls at the tip of your fingers? We soon got our first car. That was my dream car, Maruti 800, you can see. During this period, I grew anxious that I wanted to make a career of my own. And now you can see his dream car, a BMW. Thus, I grew anxious as I wanted to make a career of my own. Both sides of my family were not well off. Thus, having a private practice was not going to be a piece of cake, as it would require a huge sum of investment. Out of this ambition to do something for myself, I landed an interview at a private dental college. And to my surprise, I was rejected, and the position was handed over to a person who had failed in college. It was obvious that the selection was more to do with personal relations than caliber, but this rejection proved to be one of the most motivating factors for me. And I realized that I wanted the private practice, and the rejection fueled the hard work that followed later. In 1999, my husband was awarded a TC White scholarship in Glasgow. This time, he was sure that the family should accompany him. So we took a loan of rupees 1 lakh, with which me and my daughter accompanied him to Glasgow. This was my first international trip, and you will be surprised that I had only 3 dresses to pack, which were also spoiled by the pickle, and I managed with what was at my hand. We had very limited resources, but we weren't short on our memories. We enjoyed our trip. We traveled to see London, Paris, Edinburgh. When we returned, we managed to save enough money to repay our loan. I was very determined to start my practice this time. One day, one of our family friends suggested that I could join his rental clinic in the mornings, as he used to practice in evenings. I was exhilarated, but I had a very young daughter to look upon. I couldn't possibly leave her alone. There are times when I feel women become another woman's biggest support system. They are extremely empathetic and understand each other's problems. My neighbor, Mrs. Mara Korikar, was very kind to me. She said, I would look after your child. You go ahead and set your practice. I would do all the household work as I had no maid and prepare 4 to 5 tiffins for my daughter as she was allergic to protein, and the rest was taken care by my well-wisher. The waiting period for me was about 6 months. Every single morning, I would show up to no patients and sit patiently throughout the entire morning, only to starve and return to my daughter. Even if you are talented and knowledgeable, you should get the patience to operate. Like, the bigger problem was not proving myself, but to manage the rent. It was around 4,000 rupees. The first time I earned rupees 35,000, I was on top of the world. You can just imagine. I used this money to pay off my all clinical liabilities, put my baby daughter in a crush, and work extremely hard. I would take care of everything that the household would require, look after my in-laws, look after my parents, take care of my child, and manage my clinical practice on the side. I used to stay on the 4th floor, which had no lift, and I would even carry gas cylinders on the top. In 2001, we welcomed our second daughter, Amulya. I always think that my daughters have been extremely mature, understanding, and kind towards me. Unlike men of this world, women's dreams are their second priority by nature. They feel for their children. I took a maternity leave only for 4 months this time. I had to get back to work immediately. The guilt of not being there for my daughters always ate me up. My elder daughter would look after my younger daughter when we used to get late because of surgeries. Once, when Amulya was asked by someone that, "What do you want to wish? What do you want to become when you grow up, bacha?" She immediately answered, she doesn't wanted any chocolates or any toys. She just said, "I want to be a very good mom." And that day I cried a lot. I decided to manage my time and always make time for my daughters. I would go above and beyond in making good meals, spending time with them, and fulfilling their hobbies. When our family got to be little stability, I asked my husband to leave his job because I felt that the only way both of us could grow was taking risk and building our own hospital. The decision was frowned upon by most people. It was foolish to leave one's government job. My husband trusted my intuition and left his job. He started operating outside, and we bought the land to construct our own hospital. This is my hospital setup. One day he met with a severe accident and fractured his right arm. But just imagine that the loan of rupees 1 crore, a surgeon who has fractured his right hand and not able to operate for at least 2 months. It was a very stressful condition for both of us. We supported each other, and even this phase two passed. We shifted to our setup in 2005. As my daughters were growing, we wished for them to explore their interest apart from academics. My elder daughter was brilliant at dancing, and we enrolled her for Bharatanatyam classes. And my younger daughter was blessed with the ability to draw. We made sure for our daughters to hone their skills, and whatever was required for this was procured and made available. Today, my elder daughter is completing her master's in dentistry at Manipal University, and my younger daughter has gotten herself into the most prestigious design school in India, the National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. I am extremely proud of them. I couldn't be a successful mother without the help of my mother. Whenever the times were rough or I needed a helping hand, she was always there for me. Motherhood isn't learned, it's passed down generations. So when Vanita, a girl from an orphanage, joined the institute as an assistant, I knew it was a sign to for me to practice this past responsibility. We stepped in as foster parents for her and got her married like our own daughter. So now I'll say that we operate 10 to 12 hour surgeries. This is the case of schwannoma, which is involving the trigeminal nerve. It originates from the mandibular nerve it is encroaching intracranial, the skull base, the infratemporal fossa, and the pterygoid space. So this is an example of the cases which we operate at our institute. To approach the tumor, we have to open the face like pages of book. And you can see the zygoma is also fractured to get at the site. And the tumor is removed in toto. The tumor is below the orbital floor, below the zygomatic space, the infratemporal space, as well as it has gone into the intracranial compartment also. This is after a 6-hour surgery, you can see, so neat and clean exposure towards the tumor. And you can see the pulsatile. This tumor was pushed to the intracranial base towards the infratemporal fossa. And you can see a beautiful scar given to the patient. So before and after, and a very mouth opening, you can see the presentable scars given to him. And all the openings which were being done for the surgery were closed very nicely and neatly. The zygoma was plated with the screws and plates. And this is our OT setup. I have upgraded my knowledge by attending many of the conferences, seminars at RINE 82 in Italy. Recently, I was there. This is the case of traumatic injury, CLW, in which I had done root canal treatments and the zirconia crowns. I do a lot of ortho also. I have upgraded for the orthodontics. This is the full mouth rehabilitation case with the help of implants. And these are the veneer cases. Hello. This is the full mouth implant case in which the bite was collapsed. Some few teeth, you can see few teeth and few implants are being placed. And the bite was again done. Today, I am a successful dental practitioner, which is a result of years of hard work and persistence. I made sure that there was a proper work-life balance. My social life not only entails working as a founder member of Shivai Maratha Mahila Mandal, but also doing my share of duty towards the community, for which I have worked through Rotary Midtown Club Aurangabad for years. The water is not shallow as it appears. There were many more obstacles I faced. Throughout the years, I have prayed gratitude to all the people who were solid pillars for me to climb towards the success. For God has been extremely kind on me, and I never thought as a young little girl that there will be life so colorful that the 12 plain color saris would be an anecdote whom I'll tell the people. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sonal ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a very enlightening life journey, I would say, and that you have inspired that so many generation yet to come. They would be definitely inspired that wherever you start from, that is just the beginning of your journey. There is a lot that can happen, and you can take control of your life at any point in time. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, can you just put your camera down? I'll take a snap with you. Yeah, smile.
Yeah. I go to the
Smile.
You
Yeah,
can-
yeah. Perfect. Smile.
No, just a minute.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, next year we have our next speaker, Dr. Seema Devdar. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, doctor. Can you switch on your camera, ma'am?
Yeah, I'll do that. Go to the front. Just a moment.
Yes.
I'm coming on. Hey, this is not the first slide. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm here. Just coming on. Can you see my slide? Can you
Yes,
see
ma'am,
me?
your slide
Yeah.
is very
Hi.
beautiful. Okay,
Hi.
ma'am. Let me introduce you. Dr. Seema Devdar, ma'am. She's an MDS consulting orthodontist from Mumbai, and she is very well renowned for her consulting skills and orthodontist. She's a very loved orthodontist, I would say, because whenever I said, okay, Dr. Seema is going to be talking, they're like, you are there for a journey of lifetime. She has so much to talk, so much to say. So,
That's
from
true.
Dr. Seema would be telling us, I mean, she would be enlightening us with she'll share knowledge and insights on the power of identifying and pursuing our passion. She would be emphasizing the importance of time management and family support in achieving our goals and overcoming obstacles along the way. When I spoke yesterday in my prologue that when I am 60 and I look back at Sonal when she was 40, when I will be asking that have I made myself proud? Have I done justice to the 40-year-old Sonal? And Dr. Seema is already at that phase. She's retired, enjoying her retired life. And I would love to have a life of fulfillment and contentment like her, wherein you are enjoying at any given point in time. I call her and she has something or the other happening around and she is all busy. So, ma'am, thank you so much for joining and thank you for being a part of this Congress. Ma'am, the stage is all yours. Before you start, let me ask the three questions which I'm asking each and every
Yeah.
speaker. So, ma'am, three words that that best describe Dr. Seema.
The first word would be explorer.
Oh,
I view myself as a traveler through life. I'm not a tourist, I'm a traveler. I don't just look at things, but I like to get in depth into anything and everything I'm interested in. And I'm interested in every aspect that life has to offer me. I like to go into in-depth study. So the second word I would describe myself as is an eternal student. One keeps learning things from everything, from everybody, from every life experience, good or bad. There is something to take away from everything. And it all gets together at a phase where your identity is based on the experiences that you go through. So the more the number of experiences you have, the more varied, the more diverse the activities you indulge in, the more interest you have, it leads to you being a more holistic person, a person who has explored potentials and seen how far you can get in any field. The third thing, I would describe myself as a lover of life. I don't have one love. I love life in general. I love everything that life has to offer me, and I'll not lose an opportunity to explore some different avenue. So these are the three words that I would describe myself. Of course, like, you would expect me to say one of the things that I am is a dentist, but that's not the case because I believe being a dentist, orthodontist, having a professional career, it's just one chapter of my life. It's just one aspect of who I am today. And I'm many things. And I'm just loving where I am at present.
lovely, ma'am. And ma'am, if not a dentist, what is the profession do you think that you would have excelled in?
I think, opted for architecture and interior design. I love spaces. I love to think of how I would design any particular space that I'm thinking of, I'm viewing, and how I would modify this or build that or something like that. I think I would have enjoyed it so much, so much.
Lovely, ma'am.
Yeah, the thing is that architecture and dentistry, Are there two careers you can think of where there is an equal input from the science part of your brain and the art part of your brain? And I, being an art lover, it would have been equally a gratifying profession to follow for me.
Oh, ma'am. And ma'am, one book or thought which you think has influenced your life?
It has to be The Fountainhead.
Oh,
By Ayn Rand. Yes, that I read that book first when I was in school, and I was completely bowled over by the whole concept of the protagonist, that is Howard Roark. In that, he is an architect. He follows his own rules. He's very ethical, very honest, very down to earth, very frank. He lives for his profession. He's not bothered about money. It comes in, of course, but that's not his primary goal in life. His goal in life is to give his best to his chosen dream profession, whatever you may call it. He's been a truly influential person in my life. And ever since that first time I have read the book, thereafter I've read it thrice. And it's a pretty fat book, okay? I mean, like there are a lot of things in it, a lot of character, and the other characters in the book, actually, I have met their counterparts in life. So that book has taught me a tremendous lot and still remains the book that I refer to whenever I feel, can I do this? It's like Dr. Sumita said, yes, I will. I say, yes, I can.
wow. That's such an inspiration, ma'am. Ma'am, the
Thank
stage is all yours. You may start your presentation.
Thank you. You can see my screen at present, right?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to explain what is Adbhut Ras. I have no doubt that my very educated audience now knows what is Adbhut Ras, yet I will try to interpret it in my own way. There was a time when my daughter was learning Bharatnatyam, and because she was interested in Bharatnatyam, I took it upon me as my bounden duty to educate her more by researching it. At that time, she was very small. I came across this concept of Navras, which is the basis of our Indian classical dance and music. So Navras means that there are a lot of emotions in a human being, and they come out in various ways, and each one is given a name of a ras. Out of the 9 rasas, the one that fascinated me the most was the Adbhut Ras. Adbhut Ras means a sense of wonder, a sense of curiosity, a sense of surprise, which is very much a part of my being. Because whenever I come across something I don't know, I'm immediately attracted to it because it instills in me a sense of wonder that this thing exists like this, that it is such a fantastic concept. I thought that is going to be the basis of how I look at life. So everything I'm curious about and everything I go into in depth to try and understand, because that is what life is about. See, the importance of knowing all this and living your kind of life is, as a professional, it's different. And as a personal journey is also another aspect of who you are. I emphasize on self-discovery and self-development. That will lead you to contentment. By self-discovery, I mean when you are progressing in whatever role that your life has placed you, it is a way of discovering how you are, what kind of a person you are, what kind of likes, dislikes you have, what suits you, what you're good at, what you're not so good at. So what happens is that you come to know yourself. See, we go through life thinking, I need to know this person, I need to know this skill and all. But whether what is inside you, inside your mind, inside your soul, is what is known as the journey of self-discovery. After that, we come to self-development. Now that you have understood what it is that attracts you, what it is that you like, what it is that you want to do, then starts the journey of self-development. That means you pursue that particular activity to see how far you can take it. And it all adds to your holistic self-development in an overall fashion. Self-development means this is part of self-love, self-care, because you are looking after something that is inside you. We spend much of our life taking care of other people, but it is equally important that we take care of ourselves, because after all, you're living inside yourself, and that needs to be a very happy space. If that is not there, you'll be frustrated and you'll be wanting to do something else all the time. So self-development is part of it. And then we come to contentment. Now, I differentiate happiness from contentment. happiness is something that comes and goes. It's not permanent in our life. Sometimes we're happy, sometimes we are sad. But contentment means wherever life has placed you, you be happy in that position. Whether you are very wealthy or not so wealthy, whether you are having a setback or whether you are progressing well, there should be a kind of contentment, a kind of confidence in you that wherever life has placed you, you'll be okay. Bad things will become good things will become bad, but you remain essentially calm, composed, and in control. I'd like to retrace my history because just now I'm 60 years old. I've retired from private practice, which I have been doing for 30 years. I began life, like I told you, trying to decide what could be my career option. And for me, it was always architecture. At the same time, dentistry also I had applied for. I got admission into architecture at JJ School in Mumbai, but I opted out to follow dentistry for the reason that I told you. That there was a certain amount of familial pressure, and frankly, architecture was at that time, I'm talking 35, 40 years ago, was not an option for a woman. Today, I find there are a lot of ladies, lot of young girls who are going in for architecture, and they're doing very well as interior designers also. That was a different world. Today, it is different, which I'm very glad about. Anyway, I opted for dentistry, and I really enjoyed myself. I love dentistry. So after I graduated my MDS from Nair Hospital, I went into teaching right away because there was a vacancy in the department. I love teaching because I like to give whatever knowledge is inside me to anybody who wants it. I believe knowledge is something that is given to us to be utilized to give other people. It is not something that you should keep to yourself. You have to give it to people, and that circle of life continues. After 3 years of teaching, which I enjoyed totally, I decided to go into private practice for other reasons, such as I wanted to have my own setup. I worked very hard. Life was tough because finances were not that great. You have to have enough money for all the basics in life, like you need to have a house, have a clinic, and have a car, and all the other basic requirements in life. So at that time, life was very tough, and there was just no time to think of anything except establishing myself in practice, getting some earnings and putting them away, so that at a later date, I would be able to utilize that amount of finances in order to pursue what I wanted to do most in life. At the age of 40, somewhat things stabilized because by that time I was married. I had a child who was now grown up and quite independently. Luckily for me, she's a very independent character and I didn't have to be running after her all the time. Being an orthodontist meant that I could truncate my practice into one single session of just one single session in the evening of 4-5 hours, which meant that after my daughter grew up and things settled down, I could afford to spend some time on developing myself. And this came at the age of 40. So what happened was that I was always an art lover and I used to dabble in some amount of drawing and painting. But I thought after the age of 40, if I have not achieved something in the things that make me passionate, then what is life worth? And like I told you, I'm an eternal learner and I go into in-depth research for any subject that I take up. So I looked for an art teacher, I looked for art classes, and I started attending them over the weekend. There I came into contact with a lot of artists, eminent artists who actually mentored me. I've been very lucky that I've always met very good people who have always tried to help me in whatever way they can. So I learned to handle a few basic materials like pencil, charcoal, pastels, and a little bit of paint. And I had fun over there also. At this point, what had happened is that I've already spent 3 or 4 years pursuing this, and I slowly got better and better. But there were other aspects of my personality which were pulling at me. One of the things I like to do is travel. I like travel because it takes me outdoors. I'm an outdoors person. And like Dr. Sumita said, I'm completely fascinated with skies. I'm completely fascinated with clouds. In fact, on my Facebook, you'll find a status saying that I'm a cloud chaser. And I think it is a very fantastic way of spending your time. It takes you outdoors. It takes you to places you have never been. So it satisfies that curiosity thing in you. So that also brought me into contact with other people. Slowly, I realized that I'm getting interested in wildlife. That means exploring all the creatures which are around me. It could be something as small as an ant. By the way, ants are very, very interesting creatures. Their life history and the way their social structure is absolutely interesting. I'm always interested in what is that butterfly called? What is that? Is it a dragonfly or a damselfly? All these things were going on in my mind. And then I said, this is another area of study that I should be interested in. My phase of art, learning art, at that time I put a pause to it and I turned to wildlife. And there is an organization known as the BNHS
Seema
in
Sonal
Dubai.
here. Sorry,
Pardon?
ma'am.
Yes.
You're not changing your slide. Is it the same slide you'll be
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah. No, I'm just telling you, I'm making time for it. Yeah. No, it's okay. So I joined the BNHS, which is a group of natural history lovers, and they hold these courses where you study insects. That science is known as entomology. They give you a course in birds, in reptiles, in mammals, anything that you want. So I joined this 1 year course where we were taken for field trips, taught how to identify the little creatures, all the insects and things like that, and a lot of other things we went for. It went on for 1 year. And at the end of it, it was such a fascinating journey that I could actually identify this, that, and the other, and educate other people about it. There are many people who don't like creepy crawlies. You know, they're known as creepy crawlies, but I don't think they are like that. I think they're very cute things. Everything from bees to snails to spiders to everything. Actually, all wildlife is very, very fascinating if you go into the in-depth study and learn to love them. See, what happens is when you are into a field which is very interesting, it leads you to develop other related fields, your knowledge about it, because you keep meeting people who keep introducing you to something new. Now, if you are tracing the life history of a particular insect, then you need to keep a record for yourself. How do you keep a record? By taking pictures. So that was the next step, to learn how to photograph these small things, which meant that you go into macro photography. So I had to purchase a camera. Then I had to contact some photographers who will introduce me to this new world where you record it photographically. So that was again something which has to be done. Again, a new chapter had opened up. I met a lot of photographers on the way, and they took me beyond that macro photography into other area. So what happens is that life goes not in a circle always. It goes in a linear fashion also. So one thing leading to another thing, leading to another thing. It is endless. The amount of knowledge there is to be had in this world is literally limitless. It depends on how much you are interested in it. See, I like to do these things deliberately. For example, when I went to Kutch, I like to study about the area. I want to know the geology of the place because Kutch is geologically a very, very important zone in our planet. You find a lot of fossils over there because the seismic activity is so much. So the next thing, of course, if I've decided I'm going to travel with my with my camera and learn about the area, it is necessary I should know about fossils. So that was the next step. So, things keep building up. It adds to your knowledge, but it also adds your awareness, your appreciation of what you're seeing. It is a different thing when a guide tells you, ye aisa hai, that is like that, built in this century, made of this stone. When you have previous knowledge, you can apply that to anything that you see. If you know something about temple architecture, you go to Ellora or you go to Belur Halibid, you appreciate what that shikhar is made of because you already know there are 6 types of shikhars. Why is a shikhar like that? What is the symbolism between all the about all the images which are being sculpted. What does it mean? What is the story? It just doesn't end. It just adds to your appreciation of the world around. So if life has so much to offer, you need to devote your energies towards learning that if you are that type of person. See, not every person is like that. Some people like one thing and they stick to it. But there are people like me and possibly Dr. Sumita, because she's interested in a lot of things as well, so I could relate very well to her. But still, you have to lay the foundation for the time that you will be able to devote to all these passions which you have. And now what happens is that right at the beginning of your career, finances are always a big obstacle to get over, because all your energies are directed towards earning. Finances, if you look at it, I would like to share with you that at that time, my finances were not good. So all my energies were directed towards earning something, putting it away, earning something, put it away. So I would want people who are setting up on this journey to manage your finances first. There'll be a lot of loans to return, and you need the advice of an investment advisor, analyst, or somebody who can take you can take advice from, or maybe do it yourself. But learn how to invest wisely, because in the future it will come in handy, because you have got now money which you can treat as say disposable income and spend on these activities which are actually essential for your self-development. The second thing that you have to deal with is taking care of dependence. Now, I call myself sandwich generation. Sandwich generation because on one hand, you're looking after elders, and on the other hand, you're looking after children. So we become the sandwich generation in between. It is your duty as a daughter, as a mother, as a wife, as a daughter-in-law, and n number of roles that every woman performs in her lifetime, and do it well. Whatever you are doing for yourself should not interfere in these various duties where you have to do equally well. And that is like something that you have to accept. So taking care of dependents is quite a taxing job, because elders tend to fall ill and children need your attention all the time. Handling children is also a handful when they're small. What happens is that we divert all our energies into this and we get tired on the way. Frankly, I'm telling you, there have been many times I have woken up and said, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. But I also realize that this is a stress building up, and we need to get away from this stress in the most constructive, healthy way possible. And the way to do it is to allot some time for yourself, be with yourself, to do the things that you want to do, irrespective of what is going on in your life otherwise. And that we know as me time. Me time is part of self-care, is part of self-love. And the other thing that what happens is that many times you want to do things, you don't have the time for it. Frankly, 24 hours, like she said, is just not enough. But you have to arrange the other parts of your life such that maybe you can just take 15 minutes, half an hour away from the day to be doing what you want to do. It could be 15 minutes of meditation, some yoga stretches, a walk in the park, or any other thing. For example, for me, 15 minutes a day is allotted only to doodle, sketch, draw, something, हाथ चलाने का. So that is what you have to do with your time and energy. Like I told you, I like to do a lot of things, but my system is to do only one thing at a time. You go in for a course, you complete the course, then you practice whatever you have been taught, take it to a certain level where you're satisfied. Yes, now I know this stuff somewhat. And then go in for another one. I cannot do everything together. I want to do a lot of things, but one at a time. So that is my way of managing my time. See, another thing I want to tell everybody is that you should never feel guilty about this me time which you have taken. I have seen so many women, they feel guilty that I shouldn't be doing this. I should be doing that for this person. I should be attending to this part of my life. You don't be guilty about it, because what you're doing is investing in yourself. Investing in yourself means you are doing something which will enhance you, make you calm, make you focus, give you drive, give you that energy so that you can go out and perform your duties in the other areas of life much better. You need focus and you need energy for this. And that will come only when you take a break, a small break or a long break from what you have been doing, refresh yourself, and then go back and do it. So identifying your passion is something very important. No, none of us is made in the same way. We don't come from the same mold. Each one of us is made in a different way. There will be some people who like this or who like to do that. Somebody likes art, somebody likes dance, somebody likes music, somebody likes sport, or any of the other myriad activities that you could choose. What I would advise the younger ones especially, try everything. Whatever comes your way, if it is even slightly attractive, just try it. You never know when you will be good at something which you've never tried before. So you identify your passion and start chasing it. See, remember that this journey is about yourself. Okay, that is one thing life has taught me. However, many people are surrounding you, you are still walking alone on that path of life, along with other people, but it is your journey. Okay. What happens is, over a period of time, as you age, the years go by, things don't remain the same. You are not in the same place. Other people surrounding you are also not in the same place. So your friends, very close friends who relocate, they go to another country and you can't be physically with them all the time. Elders grow aged and they unfortunately pass away. Children grow up and they start becoming financially independent, they start to move out. So somewhere along the way, maybe your career will take an unexpected turn. Like for me, for example, I've got so many comorbidities that I could not work during the COVID times. Even after lockdown, I just could not go back to it because the comorbidities had increased to that extent that I could not work with the new parameters in place. COVID actually made me think, what is important now? You've already done your stint as a doctor. Now what do you want to do? Do you want to continue or not? And I decided no. This is the universe nudging me to say, okay, this part of my life is over. Now I completely and absolutely devote my time to the other parts of my life. And that is the time that I decided I would retire. And now the entire thing is about me time. So I now have all the time in the world. I'm financially secure. And I indulge in all these other activities which keep me simply so busy that sometimes I think, did I really do all those things in jammed into so much time? Because these activities are now taking over my entire free room. So it is amazing what you can do when once you have decided you're going to concentrate on yourself. And it is very important. See, a lot of frustration develops when you realize that you can't be what you want to be. But I'm telling you, instead of getting frustrated, and at the end of life, looking back and saying, all these years gone by, what did I do? Don't do that. You start concentrating on whatever you want to do much before your retirement. Do it in a small way because, like I told you, finances is a problem. So don't overindulge yourself money-wise in anything. See, take a simple example of drawing. When between two patients, there'll be a gap. Sometimes the patient will cancel the appointment. You have half an hour's time. What do you do with it? You don't sit down and you get frustrated. Why the heck did that patient did not ring me up in time so that I could reschedule my appointments? No, that can't be helped and it's not in your control. What is in your control is what you can do with that half an hour which would otherwise be wasted. So I should keep some amount of art materials with me in my clinic. How much time and how much money does it require to just take out a sheet of paper, the appropriate pencil, and just sketch? Nothing. So there is a way of doing everything. You have to learn time management. So mostly you have to be calm and think, what do I do in this situation? That's it. At this point, I would like to tell you that one of the things that simultaneously happen when you are going out and doing stuff is you meet new people. When you meet new people, they introduce you to different things, and you start networking, and you start building up your own group of friends who are like-minded, who have the same interests as you. So even if people are going out of your life, you start filling your life with not just the activities, but people involved in the activities. So actually, your social circle increases as time passes by, provided you take an interest in other people. So it's no use sitting and thinking, oh, all this is not in my life anymore. I'm so sad. It can lead to depression. It can lead to loneliness, which is one of the biggest diseases of our society today. But if you keep yourself involved in all these activities, you invite people over into your life so that you make new friends. Then this depression and this loneliness won't come into the picture. You progress from that. There are certain amount of people who say, I don't have the talents that you do. You do so many things. I can't do it. It's not in me. It's not like that. Like I told you, just identify what you want to do, what makes you happy. Just go out and do it. There is a certain, I would like to take you through whatever I have been doing all this time. I would not say that I have achieved something very great, because that thing develops over a period of time. One of the things that fascinated me was my artwork. So I'll just take you on a brief journey through all the other activities that I have been involved in. And it is only to show you the amount of joy I get out of doing all these things in life. See, this is a drawing from a reference photograph, and I've used graphite pencils in this. Graphite pencils are ordinary, what we call lead pencil, on a simple sheet of paper. This kind of work is very detailed work. One of the nicest things that happened when I was doing this is that I saw that sparkle of joy in her eyes, and I wanted to replicate that. Now, a photograph is a photograph, but when you are transferring a photograph as a reference into an actual artwork, you start concentrating on certain things. You find out more about that person. This is Zora Sehgal. She lived till 101. What a woman. Just look at her. Just look at the sparkle and that thing in her eye. So when I was drawing, I was only thinking of that. If I can get that expression of her eyes, then I will have made a success of this artwork. And I think to a certain extent, I did that. And my sir actually published this particular drawing in the art book that he was writing at that time. He said, give me this. I want to put it as an example of excellent portrait work done in pencils, which is very rare. People use paints, but I use pen. So very happy to tell him, please go ahead and do it. This is another example of still life, which has been done in graphite pencils. Do you know, even when I was drawing the vegetable, you're thinking of the texture of the vegetable, the softness, the hardness, the shine, the way that the leaves are flopping over and on. So something gets ignited inside you, and you want to know this thing better. And I've always said, if you want to know something, draw it, because that is one way of knowing that particular thing. It's a simple arrangement of vegetables, but there are a lot of thought in the composition and things like that. This is my drawing of a cat in dry pastels. Pastels is a medium which looks like chalk. Dry pastels, it looks like chalk. So it's great fun doing it at that time. See, as dentists, we are all trained to use our fingers, okay? And we take care of minute details. Half a millimeter, half a degree makes a huge difference in our work. So we are literally trained towards looking at detail and replicating it. So this kind of work, actually, people are quite impressed, but I found it very easy. Number one, you know about anatomy. Number two, all this detailed work, it comes naturally to you as a dentist. So I found it very easy to do it, even though other people think, oh, how it must have been so tough. But I really enjoyed doing this cat because I like cats basically. This is my watercolor. I'm fascinated with underwater creatures which look really weird. So this seahorse was fascinating me, and I made this watercolor. Afterwards, I got a brilliant idea. I said, why not see whether I can print it on a t-shirt which I will wear myself. It is my own design. It is my own drawing. There are no patents which I can, which will come in my way. I had it printed on a shirt. It looks very good. So that was something very different that you can do with your artworks. You can put it on yourself and you can wear it. And it will be a one of a kind of a costume for you. Nobody else will own it except you. This is kind of fun, thinking, where can I take this art? How far can I take it? What can I do with it? I can see Dr. Vaishali Das is smiling. I am grateful to her because she's one of the people who have been so encouraging, so compassionate, so sweet about the way that she goes about curating orthodontics. And I've been part of her orthodontics for 2 years. And I'm so grateful that she gave me that slight kick which is required. I always require a little bit of kick. She gave me that and she has guided me. So thank you, Vaishali. Like I told you, I was interested in insects. Let's just rapidly take you. See, this is a different take on insects. It is called macro photography, and sometimes it can go into what is known as minimalistic photography. I'd capture the whole thing that I'm looking at. Then I look for an area in the photograph where I have to focus and zoom in. So here you can see the bees are having a merry time at this, and this particular bee, which you're seeing, was just at the right position when I clicked. See the difference between art and photography. Art is a creative process over a long period of time. You get a concept in your head, then you decide how you're going to approach it, then you select a medium, and then you go about expressing that particular subject. In photography, it's not like that. It's at the other end of the spectrum. You either capture that moment in that microsecond, otherwise it's lost. So, you have to be very quick with your fingers and with your reflexes and with your mind. So I have gone from one end to the other end and enjoyed everything in between. I've not left anything left undone. This is a dragonfly, and you have to get very, very close to this creature. You have to gently move it so that it doesn't fly away. It's a very difficult thing to photograph, but I think I did it quite successfully. I'm very thrilled with this photograph. Bird photography is a different genre on its own. Do you know how many dentists are involved in this particular field of photography? If you go to any wildlife safari, the guide will tell you, "आप भी dentist हो क्या?" Literally, it has become like that, and I think it's a tremendous thing. If you have a passion, chase it, and there's nobody like a dentist who goes after birds. I have been with these crazy fellows who carry lakhs worth of equipment on their back. Okay, they're trekking with 3, 4, 5 kilos on their back of the most expensive cameras, lenses, filters, you name it, they have it. Then they go to a particular place where one single bird is rarely seen. So he's sitting over there with them. I am one of them, but I am not so crazy as them. But it's a pleasure looking at the concentration and the focus. The thrill, oh, the bird has come, the bird has come, the bird has come. Everybody with their Canon-like lenses are trained on that one creature who decides on his own whether he's going to come, whether he's going to chirp, whether he's going to pose for them. It takes sometimes 2 hours. And these crazy fellows do it. I'm not so crazy, but this is the best shots that I have got from all my birds that I have been on safaris with. It's great fun, I tell you. This is known as a jewel beetle. And this also is a very odd thing. I just love this photograph. That's why I put it. Enjoy whether you want. There are many people who say, "She, what is this?" I'll never say that. This is a creature of God, nature, or whatever that you want. Universe has put it on its planet. It has its own life. It has its own rights. And you should respect it. So I try to show these things in their best, in the best way that they can, as beautiful as possible. It's up to you because beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. I find it beautiful. After some time, I got interested in black and white. I'm basically a black and white person when it comes to art, when it comes to photography also. I think color is a very distracting element in art because it takes your focus away. You start appreciating the colors, but you take away the colors, and this is what you get. Just light and shadow. Just light and shadow. This particular picture I took recently when I went to Rajasthan. These two ladies were giving us lunch, home cooked meal. And I was sitting there completely fascinated. Just look at the pattern that the roof is making on them. They're not even aware that they're looking like this. So as the permission, can I take a photograph? Of course, pallu, everything. Of course, the person in front is the mother-in-law. The recessive one at the back is the daughter-in-law. But I wanted both of them in the frame in that particular area. What an effect. I'm so thrilled with this photograph, I tell you. But you take out the color and this is what you get. The essence of the object, of the scene in front of you. It's very thrilling. Black and white is fantastic. Now, this is a trick photograph, okay? You can see that the tur dal, in this case, is jumping out of that particular glass bottle. Many people have asked me, how did you do it? Is it done by Photoshop? No, because basically, I don't know Photoshop. I take things as they are. It comes straight out of my camera with minimal editing. I don't manipulate it. So this is a trick photograph, and I'll not tell you what is the trick, how I managed it. I will not tell you. It's up to you to guess. If you guess, good for you. This is monochromatic. Monochromatic means what color? It could be black and white, it could be any color. This is an image of my fern plant which I'm growing on my windowsill, and it had just rained. I thought it was so beautiful. I just enjoyed it. I removed all the color, but I didn't make it black and white. I made it sepia. And I think I love this photograph, one of my favorite photographs. I went to the Andamans on my travels and I saw this. I was standing on this side and the archway was broken down, but it had such an interesting shape and the shadows in the front completely fascinated me. So I shot this, and actually it is one of my favorite and other people's favorite also, because I have had several of my friends wanting this particular photograph. So I give them copies and they have hung it on their offices, their houses, and their dental clinics. And I'm very proud that they like my work as they see it. When you're traveling, photography is a must. See, this is what I do. I am fascinated with clouds. This particular mushroom cloud was just hanging like that for a few seconds over Nal Sarovar in Gujarat. Everybody else was looking for birds, and I'm just staring at this mushroom cloud. I said, it's so fascinating. What a shape. What a shape it has. I clicked, and I have preserved that memory forever. I went to Sanchi, like I've been to many places. And then, you know what happens? Taking a photograph is okay, but you require an element of interest in it. Here, the element of interest is the small man which you see, the small image of the man you see walking on the path in the middle. It suddenly struck me. Look at that massive work which a human brain and human hands can achieve. Just imagine the detail in the sculpture. There is a story, there is mythology, there is a presence of the creator in this. But who is the creator? Apart from the one above, man is the one who is creating it. And look at the smallness of the man, but look at the greatness of his work. I think it's very, very important. People often always tell me, hum kya hai? We are just a speck in the universe. We are just this. We should not have ego. I'm saying, why not? We are the only species on the planet who can do this. There is no dragonfly, there is no tiger, there is no elephant which can do this. It is only man who can do this. So you respect that particular divine thing which exists in a man and respect all its creation just like you respect God. That is where for me very essential. I will never tell myself I am nothing. I am something. Don't have an ego about it, but know your worth, because you are worthy of many things. I love taking candid photographs, and kids make the best subjects. This group of 4 was just sitting there, and they had no idea why they were sitting there. The parents just placed all their babies in a row, and they were watching them. The wonderful place for a photograph. I just love it. One part of travel photography is this fun. You see an old Maushi, and she's sitting there doing almost nothing. I say, Maushi, can I take your photograph? Ha, 1 minute. Thamba, ha? And then she arranges her pallu. She arranges her spectacles. She says, Chan diste mi. I say, yes, खूप छान दिसता. घेऊ? And I click. She was so thrilled to see herself like this. That this is a representative of what age is. See the smile on her face. Of course, she's got no teeth because nobody has bothered to give her dentures. But see the calmness, the look of joy in her face, in her eyes. I just love this subject. She was so sweet. What happens is, like I told you, when you indulge in something, you have to see how far you can take it. You have to push yourself and not be afraid of being judged. Other people's judgment are their opinions. Don't let it affect what you do, how you do, why you do. So what I did was, we all require peer feedback from our peers. But when you put it on your own social media like Facebook or Instagram or any of the others, they're mostly people by our own people, our friends, and they always have a tendency to encourage us. So you have plenty of likes, fantastic, beautiful. That is not the point of what I'm doing. I'm not waiting for that. What I'm waiting for is a review by people who have no idea who I am. So I post these photographs on random competitions, which are for very small ones, on Facebook, where I don't know anybody and nobody knows me. If I feel that at that particular time, I have achieved something, then you end up with some special mention. Somebody gives you most favorite photo, best photo of the day, of the week, of the month, or the year, whatever it is. It is just an indicator that you have been successful in what you are chasing. So I like minimalistic photography where everything is minimized. But when you get that appreciation, gives you that kind of boost you want, Don't have to feel so proud about it, but be aware that you are on the right path. So this sort of thing is very important in life. Another thing which I have been doing of late. So then basically I was not confident enough until Vaishali came my way. And I realized, chalo, let us do this also. Now the point of exhibitions. My point in exhibiting my work is to just expose it. Let it breathe. Let the public come in. Let them view it. Let them be the judge whether they like or not, because it is so individual. It is no reflection on what you do. It is no reflection on the worth of your work. If you're happy with it, show it. And this is what I learned from my contact with a very eminent artist in our field. His name is Sri Vasudev Kamath. And I really, really respect that man for the kind of work that he does, and moreover, for the kind of human being he is. So he said, if you do some work, let it breathe. That means you frame it, put it on your wall, gift it to your friends, sell it, but don't keep it in your cupboard. And I followed that one thing all my life. After that, after I heard him say, so I jump at any opportunity to do this. Mostly my photographs, and in between that particular photograph you see, I have displayed 3 paintings and 3 photographs. See, it is one thing when you put up MDS in orthodontics and random medals you have won on the way on the wall of your clinic. It's a completely different experience to be placing a photograph or a painting on the wall for general janta to just come and see. Completely different. And me being an art lover, this was very important for me. And I really, really enjoyed these experiences.
Seema
The
ma'am,
idea-
beautiful slides. Beautiful slides.
Thank you so much. At the age of 60, you tend to look back and think, what have I done with my life? Sometimes it just happens to you, wondering what is the meaning of what I have done in my life and what is the purpose of life. And these are the 2 things that I have filed down, that the way you live it is what gives it meaning. That's it. Don't overthink it. What is my purpose? Nothing. Don't overthink it. Just that. Just the way you live it. And the purpose of life is exactly the theme of this particular seminar, is to explore your potential in other fields, recognize the gifts that you have, hone your talents, let your personality come to bloom, and don't let it go to waste. Start with yourself. You help other people to do the same. Because when you help yourself, you help other people. And when you help other people, they in turn help you on your path. So it's not done singly, it has to be done along with other people. I would like to close this session with this description of this one painting which I made for one exhibition. I posted it on the 8th of March of 2020, which is Women's Day. And this exemplifies what I have been telling myself and what I've been telling other people. See, the Queen of Chess, if you played chess, I got the maximum moves on the whole world. It is a piece which is most active, most powerful. Her job is to protect the Praja, the kingdom. She has more moves and she has more capacity to kill the enemy or go over the obstacles even more than the king. Her job is to protect the king. And she does this very well because she's got the power, she's got the moves, she's got the tools to do it. And this exemplifies what I have been telling myself, and I tell everybody, to every woman out there, you are the queen of your life. You make what you want out of your life. You are powerful, you are intelligent, and you have the skills to make the best of your life. That's why I refuse to think it's Women's Day. Every day is mine. I claim it as a woman. Every day is mine to do what I want. I like to end with this. We're talking about new perspectives in dentistry. This happened to me very recently when I went to Rajasthan. So when we close to this camel, because they have got beautiful eyelashes. I don't know if you've been very close to a camel. They got bulging eyes and they got long eyelashes. I thought, let me see if I can get a close up. Suddenly, this guy decided he's had enough of me and he raised his head like that. Okay. So I clicked it because he's showing me all his teeth. When I showed it to my friends, they were collapsed on the sand, completely collapsed. And they said, ultimately, you're seeing teeth only, no? So I found it very funny that even though I have left dentistry, dentistry refuses to leave me. So I just thought I'd share this funny moment with you. I thank all of you for having the patience to listen to me because I tend to like roam around, meander in my thoughts. But I think maybe my message got through. So I thank everybody
Seema,
for what they give.
you are that grandma's portly kind of a person. One thing, Pandora's box, one thing or other keeps coming out, and we are all glued to listening to our.
Thank you so much for inviting me, Sonal. I've had such a grand time. I found every speaker yesterday and today. I was there yesterday also listening to the papers. I was out of touch and it got me in touch with all the wonderful work that youngsters are doing. And today's speakers before me are truly, truly, truly inspirational. I'm out of the whole field, but this is a fantastic way of keeping in touch. And I'm truly inspired by everybody over here. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, ma'am, for being an inspiration to all of us. And it was really a pleasure listening to you. As I said, it was like a Pandora's box. One thing kept coming and we were all glued. The stories kept coming. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, next speaker we have Dr. Vaishali Das, our jury for yesterday. So can we have you, Dr. Vaishali, on the screen? Dr. Seema, can you stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Hello, Dr. Vaishali.
Hi.
Yeah, your presentation is visible, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, just a
Uh,
moment.
Brief introduction of yours. I know you need no introduction. Dr. Vaishali is a consultant oral and maxillofacial surgeon at Bhaktivedanta Hospital and founder of Arthodontics. Actually, what I would like to emphasize is Arthodontics. It's a platform that she has provided for all the dentists or all the medical fraternity to showcase their talent in artistry. And I would say this is a very big initiative because celebrating your own work is easy, posting it or making an exhibition out of it, but providing a platform to others defines you. It shows what you are and how deeply art has impacted you. Dr. Vaishali Das embodies the ethos of finding equilibrium while playing dual roles as an artist and as a oral and maxillofacial surgeon. Yesterday also she was a true mentor at heart, because selflessly tips and tricks she was just giving away. She was not even charging for them. So it was like, it is rare to see that knowledge is being spread unconditionally. And madam holds that flag. She's a flag bearer for that, I would say. So let's welcome Dr. Vaishali, and the stage is all set for you. Before I proceed, the three questions which I would love to ask you are: what are the three words that describe Dr. Vaishali?
Well, Sonal, I would say the first one was would be rebellious. Okay. And the moment someone tells me, you can't do this. So that is one thing. If I want to do something, I really feel people should tell me you can't do this. Then I'll see to it that I do it. Second thing is compassionate. I am extremely compassionate a person because I have gone through a lot myself, and I know what it's like to go through a very hard life, especially as a child. And third thing, whimsical. I'm an artist by heart, so you know how artists are. I don't think I need to elaborate on that.
Very well said, ma'am. And ma'am, if not a dentist, I know what the answer would be, but for the audience, what is the profession you would have excelled?
So, yeah, I know what answer you're expecting, but if not dentistry, I would have been an architect.
Wow, wonderful.
Because that was another field that I really, really love to be in. And like Seema said, an architect and an interior designer, maybe. But then I had applied simultaneously, got through dentistry. I had got through art school as well. But then I chose this because I wanted to become a maxillofacial surgeon.
Glad you decided to become a dentist. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Ma'am, and one book or a thought that has inspired you all the while?
One thought I would say, book I have read plenty, and yeah, I go through a lot of books. I used to be an avid reader, but now whatever free time I get, I paint. So nowadays I don't read anymore. One thought, when I was a kid and I was going through so much of uh, you know anxiousness in life because of the physical problems that I had, causing a lot of mental issues. One thought that my mom imbibed into me: God gives problems to only those who can handle them. So that was one thing which remains my inspiration throughout my life. And that made me so bold and so, I was so motivated all through my life because of that. And that is like Patthar ki lakir in my mind. Books of recently, maybe Secret by Rhonda Byrne. And I don't think so I need to elaborate on that. Everyone knows about the book. But everyone should go through it repeatedly, I think, because we forget what she says.
Yes, ma'am. Very well said, ma'am. So the stage is all yours, and we are eager to listen to your perspective on life beyond dentistry, ma'am.
Thank you so much, dear Sonal, for this wonderful platform, wonderful introduction, and everything. So, I would say good evening, esteemed guests, and all the creative minds out here. Together, today, I feel we form a beautiful mosaic of brilliant dentistry, a dental talent, and passion beyond that. So before I proceed, it would be amiss if I didn't take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Sonali Erpude and her entire team on and off the screen. It is through their tireless dedication and effort that we are gathered here today in the pursuit of knowledge sharing and exchanging ideas. So much to learn from each one of the artists. So I have named it Brushstrokes of Brilliance because you will know why I have named the topic that way. I'm just happy to share that we are such a platform, first of its kind globally. Dentistry being a wonderful amalgamation with artistry. Like, yesterday I was thinking, yesterday was Shivratri. So how Shiv and Parvati, they are Ardhanari Nareshwar. That way dentistry and artistry, they are a amalgamation and form one pillar. Because we apply the same principles of creativity, principles of symmetry, color harmony to create beautiful and functional smiles. The proportions that we take, same rules are applied. Problem solving, perseverance, what Dr. Seema was talking about for watching that one word, the focus that you need to have from start to end in a day in practice. I think a non-verbal thinking, collaboration developing, what Dr. Ashwini spoke about. So what happens is imagine an idea takes birth in your mind and you nurture that idea. You nurture that entire thing, may it be dental, you know what the final product is going to be, and you that is your goal setting, and you go ahead with that. Now, what is the world? Imagine the world without any color. So that is why they say earth without art is just eh. So art is not merely a vocation. It is a calling to illuminate the world with the beauty, just like eyebrows. Not true function to play, but aesthetically so very important, isn't it? So when this beautiful amalgamation happens, what does it do to you? It basically takes the stress off your life. You are in that state of flow of emotion, meditation, and it helps prevent the burnout, whether you're doing performing art or photography like Seema, writing like Dr. Sumita. So it is a form of self-care. What I normally say is healing the healer. So it improves the quality of life. If you are happy in life, you will make others happy in life. If you are irritable, no one is gonna like you. So do what you like. Draw as you feel. Let it flow. You need not be perfect. So when I'm stressed, I connect to nature. Everyone loves nature, but I put bright colors in that. If I'm feeling low, I love the fall, the color of fall. Though this is a painting that I have done with an inspiration, but I just love this. Even if you are taking an inspiration, you're doing something about it. You finally the art is yours in that, right? So what does art do? It forces you to imagine, to think through how you're going to convey your message through art. Once that brain, those neural cells, which I'm sorry, the professor from Savita Dental College, I can't recollect her name now. She said the gray matter and the white matter. Very interesting. So you're tickling your gray matter. That helps you in all walks of life. So you're learning new resourceful ways of solving problems, not only in your art. It improves in every aspect of your life because you're improving your critical analysis. And Richard Selzer said, a scalpel is not for cutting. It is like drawing across the field of skin. It is a huge canvas, beautiful skin. Because the same set of small muscles that you are using, same grip, same refined motor skills. And what happens is whether it's a surgical technique or whatever, however inherently talented you are, God's gift you have, but only three things help you become better in your work: practice, practice, and practice. So a constant incremental improvement and consistency is most important. Attention to detail, whether you're operating, you're doing your dental work, or you are doing your artwork, is very, very important. A lot of skill is in your perseverance and patience. Well, my beautiful journey in art started in 2014 at Prakriti Art Festival, which was at Bhavan's College in Andheri West. Little did I know at that time how to display art. Unfortunately, I don't have any pictures, but it was really fun. I have been drawing right from the beginning of my life to heal myself, and I have been a troubled cleft child. So I had to get over my problems, and art was a rescue for me. Well, what this particular display, though it was funny, whatever I had, I just displayed everything together over there. But what it did to me was the reflection of the inner self. I realized that art is much, much more than a hobby to me. It is my language of expression. And finally, it changed the perception of my life. Started thinking more visually. And I realized that you need to let yourself go, even if it is not perfect. We are dentists, we are not primarily artists. So we cannot be as good as an artist, right? So we just need to let yourself go and do what you feel like doing. Then I got a chance to exhibit my artworks at Kumaraswamy Art Gallery show, which is at Prince of Wales Museum. I exhibited these beautiful ladies on the right-hand side, tribal artwork. And on the Women's Day, this is the right kind of picture. I think I love drawing women and in beautiful, bright colors because I feel they have so much to offer, so much color in their life. These artworks on the right-hand side are by Dr. Vishakha. I didn't have any other pictures, so I put up hers. She's an amazing artist herself. Then was a dream of every artist. I got a chance to exhibit at Jahangir Art Gallery. And these are my Buddha paintings. That is my better half, always inspiring and promoting and supporting me. And this Jahangir Art Gallery, it just changed my life forever. That entire vibration that I felt when I was there at Jahangir Art Gallery, I felt I am living a dream. And it was there that orthodontics was conceived. I felt there are so many dentists who are doing such amazing work. And why should we not have a platform of our own? I didn't want to only promote myself. I'm very philanthropic by nature. That is a gift, an inheritance that I've got from my father and my uncle and my entire family. I must say. So, dentistry, any which way, a beautiful amalgamation of skill, science, and art. I brought this baby into existence called Art by Dentist, art straight from dentist and heart called orthodontics. So let me navigate you through the journey of orthodontics. As I always say, use your creativity to tap your innate power for your own growth and healing. Once you heal yourself, you are in a position to heal others. So, what was my mission? Why did I start orthodontics? Because it involves supporting and promoting dentist work, other dentist work by sharing resource and knowledge. I want to foster a very supportive environment where we, the orthodontists, all of us, thrive and grow together. And the value that I want to provide is fuel the creativity and the artistic growth. My vision being inspiring, uplifting, and empowering them by pushing their boundaries within the artistic realm. I want to provide opportunity and platform to showcase the works to a larger audience. Just like Dr. Seema said, right? Let it come to the public. What is it going to do under the bed or in the attic or in the cupboard? Right? So basically, I want to create a vibrant and a sustainable ecosystem where we all grow together. That is my orthodontist, my baby. Well, so finally, after 9 months of hard work, my orthodontist was born on the 19th of December at Taj Mahal Palace, Colaba, and we had a galaxy of guests. Miss Nisha Jamwal, a socialite who graced our occasion, Dr. Sandesh Mahekar, Dr. Kokate, Dr. A.P. Chitre, who was my boss, my mentor in maxillofacial surgery, Dr. Kumar Swami, my emotional mentor, Dr. Akshata Prabhu, then reigning Miss India International. We had an awesome inauguration and an awesome show with 2,000 footfall over there. And these were the beautiful artists. Each one's work was amazing. 23 artists we exhibited together over there, and they make the show a super successful art display over there. My ever supporting family, my 2 boys, a gang of boys I live with. Without them, nothing is possible in my life. When we talk about the work-life balance, first thing you need to have is a very supportive family when you are donning so many hats. So I'll tell you about the Shing Totalka followed who had bought this painting. And as I told you, I'm very philanthropic by nature. So I have pledged a part of the sale, the proceeds of the artwork to a resource crunch society, that means unaffording patients. So out of that sale of artwork, which Dr. Alka Falod bought, I donated the best quality instruments from those proceeds to unaffording cleft patients at BSCS hospital at Andheri. Because I have seen the plight when I have been operated also, I've seen the plight of the cleft children who cannot afford a sophisticated treatment. We have also undergone a lot with a lot of financial crunches. And I feel nobody should undergo that. So I have pledged that amount. Well, I struck COVID. So as everyone, we also went online. We had quite a few online art shows. And then I established this website called www.artodontics.com. Guys, I encourage you and urge you to visit this website and do buy the paintings of the dentist artworks over there so that we foster a sustainable environment, as I say. You support them by doing that. So these are some artworks. Let me just take you through a few of them. Though I'm not doing justice by not displaying all over here right now, but a few of them I would like to take you through. And these are the artworks by Dr. Shishir Singh, Dean, Terna Dental College. So I just want to, why I'm just taking a few, I want to show you how you can understand the person, an individual, his nature and his potential just by the drawings that he or she makes. So if I have to explain this painting of Dr. Shishir Singh, each petal here is delicately rendered with meticulous detail, gently unfurling to reveal its soft ethereal essence. To me, this evokes a sense of life and vitality. Look at those flowers, the colors. It's beautiful. I can go on and on. These are the works by Dr. Ambika Singh from California. She's basically into folk art. So what is folk art? It reflects cultural traditions, beliefs, and identity of particular community. Like it could be Gond art, Varli art. So these artworks are generally the themes of our daily life, folklore, mythology, and so on. They generally feature bold colors, symbolic motifs, and sometimes intricate patterns. Dingha by Utsave Shahaved. She's into spiritual art. She was into spiritual artworks and now she's full-fledged into resin artworks. And we do a lot of workshops along with her under the banner of Artodontics. Look at these amazing watercolor works by Dr. Amrita Gandhi from Hyderabad. Look at the beautiful, the intricacy of this baby's blanket. By any chance, can you even believe that these are not, they have not gone to an art school? This is the reason why I want to promote them. I just want them to get to a platform where they are equals with learned artists. Dr. Samira Sheikh, a prosthodontist, her monochrome work. She's also into colored work like soft pastels and landscapes. I think not within the jurisdiction of this 20 minutes to display everything. So these are lovely, cute dolls by Dr. Ankita Deshmukh, a periodontist and a staff of DY Dental College, DY Patil Dental College, and her these origami Japanese dolls were they thrilled Miss Nisha Jamwal, the guest, and she took the entire role along with her when she went. Now Dr. Ankita is a ball pen artist and she is a fantastic artist. Dr. Kalyani Trivedi from Ahmedabad. She is also a Bharatanatyam dancer herself. And look at the beautiful depiction of herself onto the canvas. Dr. Rohita Ann from Muscat. She's an alcohol artist, alcohol ink artist. Beautiful hyper-realistic work by Dr. Meena Shah from Surat. Look at the details of the spokes of the cycle. And she's also a Rotarian. She does a lot of philanthropic work as well and beautiful artworks. She's into pencils. Nail and string artist Dr. Hafsha Banu from Dubai. This is a very tough art because you have to sketch, you have to hammer the nails in, and then for the shade, you have to draw strings across the nails in a very zigzag pattern. And it is just superb. Dr. Hema Sanghani from Jamnagar. She's into the spiritual art. And now she has joined an art school also. So the spiritual art was whenever anyone does spiritual artwork, give me a moment. The spiritual art was transcend the physical and tap into the spiritual essence of the universe, evoking emotions of awe, serenity, and deeper aspects of existence. You feel so imbibed into the serenity of the work. Dr. Hiral Chikhal, again, very close to the nature. Her better half, Dr. Kalpesh Dey, an endodontist. So you can imagine how good an endodontist he must be. Look at the details. And he is a self-taught artist, and that too a very, very freshly baked artist. He started sketching only in COVID. He has tons and thousands of this. Unfortunately, I can't display all, but just see. Please go to the website and see his works. They're amazing. Everybody's works. Everybody's amazing in their own way, in their own dabbling of their medium. The photographers, Dr. Ali Tunkiwala, everyone knows him. So these photographers, through their lens, they immortalize the feeling moments and transform them into the timeless works of art. Photographers have a keen eye for composition, lighting, and perspective. That makes them a good artist as well. Dr. Akasha Kinwar, a wildlife enthusiast. Look at the haunting look in the tiger's eyes and the loving look of the baby monkey looking at his mom. So we all are not going to go and, able to capture these moments. So they do it for us to see that. Dr. Ardra Patil, again a periodontist, and see the honeybee thing that Dr. Seema has exhibited. I have not put Dr. Seema's works here because I knew she will put hers. So I thought I'll give chance for others. Our own Dr. Sonali Elpure's work. Look at the color canvas of the nature. So beautiful. Dr. Udatta Kher's clay work. The common man. And we all know the power of the common man. He is amazing at this miniature clay works. So surgeon by degree and prosthodontics by heart gets this beautiful combination. Finally, coming to my own artworks, I am also into a lot of spiritual artworks. I love doing this. These are a few of them. And I, coming from the city of Aurangabad, now Sambhajinagar, very close to Ellora and Ajanta, I feel very close to the caves. I feel they have so many stories to tell. That's why I have named my paintings Whispering Stones. I feel somewhere I am meant to be with it. When I go there, I get lost in those caves. I prefer to go there alone because I don't like to be dragged out of it. So for me, my paintings are visual and deeper meditations, basically a connection with the divine within and without. I feel I cannot survive without paintings. I am also into sculpting, and this is one of my sculptures. I love owls because of their 360-degree vision. I feel that is what every person should have. Recently, we collaborated with the Heart of Art, and these were the artists that we had, the Galaxy of Artists. We had Dr. Afshan Lahiji as our chief guest. She was then the president of IDA Mumbai branch. Dr. Arundhati, again a dentist and Miss India International. So I try to incorporate as many dentists within and beyond so that I can have a fraternity, a community. And as I told, I'm also a part of Rotary Club of Mumbai Kalakar and a part of Proceed Go to Them. In closing, I urge each one of you to embrace your creativity, pursue your passions, however chaotic your life seems. Let's continue to dream, create, inspire, and repeat what come may in life. Don't leave it for anything in life. It's not worth it. The good news is that we are spreading our wings to include the medical fraternity, and as an artist, you learn all the rules like learn the rules like a pro and break them like an artist. We have our presence on all the social medias because we art is what we value, and emotionally and epistemically. Thank you so much for the patient hearing, and I urge you all to share your love and blessings in the form of following us on all the social platforms and Instagram as well, so that we can incorporate more and more people in it. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Vaishali Das, ma'am. And thanks for displaying all the artist work, because it takes hard to, it is very easy when I have to portray my pictures on the Instagram or maybe Facebook. It's very easy, but to appreciate others' work, it takes a different kind of a person. It takes a different kind of heart. And you have shown that you have a heart of gold, ma'am, because this is a different mental altogether, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank
so
you
much,
so
ma'am,
much.
for gracing us with your presence here today and really giving one more leaf in the mentoring session, that you need to be humble so much so that you can appreciate others. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, ma'am. Thank you. Next in line, we have Dr. Shivangi Gajwani Jain. So, Dr. Shivangi.
Hi, Sonal.
Hi. Hello, Dr. Shivangi. And yeah, Dr. Shivangi comes with, a lady who is donning many hats. And right now also, I'm sure she has finished multitasked so many things. And now she's sitting over here. Don't go with the peaceful aura she's carrying around her. She is somebody who is always on her toes, always running around. That's what I have seen. And congratulations on all the endeavors that you have already succeeded into, and wish you very best for the future, because I'm loving your work now. I love prosthodontics and I really love your work. You're into geriatric
you.
dentistry more often, so
Yeah.
I've seen that, and the passion with which you work, that really is something. Okay, Dr. Shivangi Gajwani Jain is an MDS prosthodontist, a mentor, speaker, and acclaimed author. She has been recognized for her exceptional contribution to the field of prosthodontics, awarded the ICD Merit Award by the International College of Dentists. She has had showcased her composite skill by winning the Direct to Kent competition in 2018. While numerous publications to her name, including author to the book Procedural Dentistry for Complete Dentures and contribution to the international and national journals, she has been an inspiration to many. And today she is going to be addressing a crucial topic, that is the burnout in dentistry. Now, this burnout at 5 o'clock, we are sitting here for almost 4.5 hours, and I'm sure everybody has some or the other. We are listening to stories. As I told you all, this will be a binge watch of beautiful 24 stories. But definitely there is a burnout that happens at any given point in time, at any journey, for any journey. So Dr. Shivangi is going to be talking about burnouts in dentistry, and I'm really looking forward to knowing how she tackles this burnout. And there's one more exclusive offer, and she's been gracious. Dr. Shivangi has been gracious enough to offer to all the ladies, the women who have been participating or the attendees for this Congress. And that offer, there is a special offer by her, and she will be displaying it at the end of the session. So please keep a keen eye on what Dr. Shivangi is about to tell you all. So stage is all set for you. Welcome,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Shivangi. Before you start your presentation, I would like to ask the mandatory 3 questions which I'm asking all the participants. So what are the 3 words that describe Dr. Shivangi?
So, Dr. Sonal, I was like so confused because there's so many words. But then in the end, I realized it would come down to just lost and found because, I keep getting lost in everything. And then the beauty is that, and the best thing is that I kind of find myself and life is good.
Perfect, perfect. I mean, that actually describes you. Yeah, I know.
It does.
Yeah.
Right.
And if there is, if not a dentist, suppose if there is any other profession that you would have said that you would have excelled, what it would be?
I am writing. I love writing. And I thought more than writing, probably I'm a storyteller. So if not a dentist, then probably a storyteller. I would
That
make
you are
everyone sit and
already.
tell
That you are
stories.
already.
Yeah, but professionally, if someone pays me, I would do that. It would be nice.
That's so
Yeah.
nice. And one book or a quote that has inspired you?
So there was a book which I read around 3-4 years back, which really made me think. I mean, when I was halfway, I realized that, oh, now it makes sense. So it's called The Courage to be Disliked, and it's by a Japanese guy called Koga, and he's a monk actually. But the thing is, this was such an influential book. When I read it, I truly, after midway, it started making sense, and I realized that okay, if I can follow even 1/10 of what he's saying, I'll achieve Zen. So the courage to be disliked, I would strongly recommend to anyone who wants like a balance in their life.
Wow, wow. So the Dr. Shivangi, the stage is all set. Now you may start sharing your
Perfect.
screen. Lovely knowing
Yeah, just a second. All right.
their screen.
Yeah. Is it clear?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, your
Perfect.
slide is visible.
Great. Okay. So the topic, when Dr. Sonal connected with me and she said, okay, we're talking about work-life balance. The first thought is, okay, do I have work-life balance? And it's so funny because I see so many amazing women, who are handling everything and they look so proper. And I was like, oh God, I'm not in that league. But, I even reached out to her and I said, can we do like tips and tricks in dentistry or something, more dental? And she said, okay, why don't you start, do this is good. And I was like, okay, maybe then I'm the right person to do it, because I do get burnout. And there was a time when I was so overwhelmed by, everything I was doing, the running around. And then I eventually came up with few things which worked for me. So whatever I'm going to discuss is what worked for me. Obviously, we are all different individuals, and different things will work for everybody. But if even one person feels the support and can gain anything, then it's definitely worth it for me. All right. Um, just a second. Yeah. So before I begin, as I said, this is one thing which I always say for even my dental presentations. It's just that to have an open mind, because if you have an open mind, it's just easier to absorb, because it's very easy to criticize. It's very easy to, say, oh, she's just saying it. She doesn't really mean it, or she doesn't do anything. And that is not how things work. So as I said, before I start, I want all of us to have an open mind, and then the journey is going to be much smoother. And whatever works for you, take that. Whatever you feel doesn't work for you, just leave that. Maybe it'll work for someone else. And I have seen so many amazing presentations before me, and they were all so inspiring. And I truly hope that once I'm done, you would have some takeaway points. All right. So first thing is burnout. Is it real? So there was a time when I felt stressed by the smallest of things, like even small things like I have a lot of patients and one of my assistant was running late, or something, small things of their patients waiting or patients missing. And now, you have two patients at the same time. There's such small things. And I used to feel stressed by literally the smallest of things. And I had constant mood swings, because if you've had a bad day and you come home and you don't come home with a smile, and that's not good for your children. So things like that, and I got agitated, and there were these that this nagging undercurrent of guilt that I wasn't doing enough, because I was running around for the courses, and I was the patients and consulting, and I like those amazing, all the amazing artists and people I've seen. I wanted to do more, have me time, and I would come home and I felt, okay, I'm not even doing enough for my daughter. So that way it left me drained and unhappy. And that was something which really affected me. So I thought, maybe I should share. And when I started sharing, who would you share with? You would share with friends and family. And when you share, everyone sees the happy Facebook image. Everyone sees that, oh, everything is so good with her. Everything, she has a perfect life. And I'm sure all of you have probably gone through the same, that what you portray in front of others is a very small part of what your actual life is. I'm not saying I have a bad life, I have an amazing life, but it's just that, all the things that pile up in your head and they give you stress. So when I shared with my family, I was told that, oh, you're doing fine. There's no problem. It's all in your head. You're doing so well. And I said, okay, so maybe, it is all in my head and I'm doing fine. And I went back the way I was, just running and running and running. And obviously nothing changed. So it went on and on. I was barely balancing everything together. Every second weekend, I was traveling for courses, and I would, come back and I was like, okay, I was loving it, but it was also taking a toll on me. I could see that I'm not doing that well. I did not have time for things which mattered to me. And one day it just felt that, this is too much. And whatever anybody says, if someone tells you that, oh, it's in your head, okay, it is in my head. But if it is affecting me, then it is real to me. And if it is real to me, then it is real for me. So it does not matter what people feel. The most important thing is to understand that there is a problem. And once you acknowledge that problem, things can be changed, right? So I'm not saying that now I've achieved everything. It's just that there are still good days and there are not so good days. And there are, even there are days when you are, some days, like half the time you're really happy, you've started a day very well, and you kind of end on a note where you're like, oh, what a bummer. So those things happen. I'm still working on it. But I decided to take this up because I feel that you need to speak about it. And especially women dentists, we are really struggling with a lot of things because, being women, and dentistry is a stressful field generally. So here I am sharing what helped me. And I truly believe that, some of it might help you as well. So first thing in this is acknowledgement. What does it mean? Acknowledgement means that there is a problem. If everyone tells me, no, you're doing fine, and I tell myself it's okay if I'm running and I'm always short on time, it's okay, then I don't understand, or I don't believe there is a problem, then I'm not going to find me solution. But when I believe that, okay, there is a problem, I'm not doing that well, probably, acknowledging it is the first thing. Once you acknowledge it, then only you can find ways to solve it. So ignoring doesn't really help. Now, first is acknowledgement that, okay, maybe you need some kind of intervention, or maybe you need to calm down and come up with some protocols. So first is acknowledgement. Second is bringing changes in lifestyle. Now, what does that mean? It's such a vague term, Rene. You make your lifestyle better. What does it really mean? So I'll tell you what it meant to me, what I did for me. First was I avoided multitasking, because I had like a list of things I had to do, even small things like watering, the plants I have in the house. I have like lots of plants, love plants. The thing is, I would have, I would want to do it myself. So I would think, okay, I start my day and I have so many things to be done in the day, and it would be all in my head. Now I would think I have it, I have it's sorted in my head. I know what I'm doing. But actually what happens in such cases is it's all jumbled up. What it means is that there are too many things together and it feels heavy, right? It feels really heavy. Now, if we can stop multitasking in our heads, then how do we do that? Number one, what I started doing, I started making a checklist. I started writing down to do things one day prior, or when I woke up in the morning, the first thing I did after, whatever the exercise or whatever you would do, just when you're free, before you start your day, you make a list of things that have to be done during the day. You can do it one day prior as well. Second, I made like each task got a separate line. I did not try to make a paragraph out of all the things I had to do, because then it still feels like one jumbled up thing. So I would make it individually. I would tick mark during the day as I would finish tasks. Like it's half a day, I would tick mark, okay, these things are done, these are left, which I have to push for the next day. So I wouldn't forget. And also because now it started feeling light, like my head didn't feel that heavy because I had it down on paper and I was tick marking and it kept on getting lighter and lighter. So decluttering the mind really increased my efficiency. Okay. Yeah. Second, so first, it's like to stop multitasking, divide everything, segregate them into individual tasks. Second was delegate and automate. What does this mean? Delegate work to your staff. Now, I was such a stickler for how I wanted things, and I want a particular thing in a certain way. And obviously, many times the staff or whoever you're delegating the work to, they don't do it to the level you want it done. But what really helped, I realized that I cannot do everything. I have to stop doing that. And I started delegating more work to my staff. I started having these talks when I would tell them that this is, your checklist and this is what you have to do. Even not just the clinic staff, even the house staff, like you would tell the cleaning lady or the cook. I would write everything and I would say, okay, it's all right if, one thing is not as amazing as you thought it would be done, but it is off your head because now it is not your JD anymore. It is, you don't have to do it. And the only thing you have to do is they have to report to you. So delegating is really important it really helped me because it reduces the workload. Second is automate. It's just so silly that, I mean, I truly felt that maybe I'm not using, we use our phones for everything. There's computers, internet, everything we do. But then such silly things which we forget because we are such creatures of habit that even things like paying maintenance bill with, same amount goes every month. And I had put it like on auto pay on everything except for my maintenance bill. I have no idea why. And every month I would have to pay. And sometimes I would forget and I would, there would be, and I'm like, oh, I didn't pay it last month. And then again, I would do it. I could just automate it. So try to delegate work and automate work. Get things off your plate. So that is one thing. Then once you're done with that, getting some me time, at least an hour. It's your life. If you cannot take out 1 hour for yourself, then what's the meaning of anything? Now, what it does not mean? What I know all of us have different me times, but for me, what it does not mean is screen time. If you're watching, like I used to do this, I would finish the whole day. I would be dead tired. I would come home. Everyone, you have dinner, you have the nighttime stories with my daughter, then finish everything and she would sleep. My husband would go to sleep and I would say, okay, it's late in the night, but now I will relax. Now I will relax. Like, the whole day I have not relaxed. It's in my head that I am working so much. And then I would sit and watch Netflix and I would binge or be on my phone. And then I realized that this is not me time. So screen time or even spending, if you feel that spending time with loved ones is not enough me time, it's not really me time, it's okay. I can understand. What is actually me time for me is working on your health. That is what is me time for me now. And working alone. I'm not saying that you don't have friends or people around, but sometimes you need that an hour of alone time, and that works for me. So how I use that 1 hour I would divide it into like 45 minutes of time when I would go for a walk or do yoga or do anything that releases the endorphins, keeps your body healthy and strong. This obviously this time can vary. It can be half an hour to 1 hour. It can be more because, as I said, all of us are different and things would mean differently for us. But for me, 45 minutes of exercise or sometimes an hour in the morning would really, get me going. And then along with that, 15 minutes of quiet time. Now, quiet time, obviously, when I would try to meditate, it's not really easy. It's easily said than done. When you say that meditate, it's like, all the things you have to do in the day, they just come into your head. And that wouldn't really work. So, but still, sitting and just trying and not doing anything, it was difficult in the beginning. You think, oh God, 15 minutes, I could have finished that work. I would sit, and I realized that really helps because we need to give time to our mental health as well. And silence really, really helps. So the physical health and mental health, that if you can, increase in any way that you feel you can, that would be me time for me. Then another change which I did, because I used to binge watch, and because of my traveling, I used to eat out quite a bit. I love going out and eating out. So I realized that it's okay, but the problem is don't consume garbage. If you cannot completely remove, then reduce. But yeah, I think one stage at life you reach wherein you do realize that, okay, what I'm eating is not nice. And it's not just what we are consuming food wise, what we are putting in our mouths, it's also what we are putting in our minds. So avoid unhealthy things which are in the packets. I just stopped opening those packets. I stopped going to any, it stopped buying things that were in packets. And I just realized that, I felt healthier. So avoid, feeding things that make you unhealthy, and avoid feeding things to your mind that make you unhappy. What does it mean is to constantly see, screen time, constantly seeing negative videos, seeing the, constant tweets, and a lot of advertisements and things we keep seeing, okay, a lot of people like, in my family, they'll say, oh, this is just news. It is not, never just news. If you put that much time in something, it's fine. But then don't make it a habit that whenever you are driving, you stop at a red light and you take out your phone. Whenever you are eating, your phone is just next to you when you pick it up. So all those things are kind of not good for your mind also. So avoid feeding wrong things or bad things to your mind as well as your body. Then this is so important because, as I said, I started watching a lot of like binge watching in the night, and then I started, when you're watching, it's like going to a movie, right? You go to a movie and you want a popcorn. It's how your mind works. Sometimes it's not for the movie, it's for the popcorn. It's so funny. So the same thing, when you're watching in the night, you want to eat something, and it became like a thing, until I'm eating something, it's not I'm not enjoying the show that much. So these bad things have, and then I'm sleeping less. Now, how much sleep is enough is again different, because like if my mom, she sleeps for 6 hours, she has a proper 6 hours sleep and she's absolutely fine. That is enough for her. She gets up really early. I'm more like a night person, but I'm trying. So I need 8 hours. If I don't sleep for 8 hours, I'm not functioning well the next day, because maybe my sleep is not that amazing. Maybe I do get up, and in between. So everybody's sleep pattern and everybody's sleep timing is different. So you have to figure out what is enough for you. It does not matter that, your friend is sleeping 6 hours and she's so amazing the whole day. No, if you need 8 hours, you need 8 hours. It's okay. Sleeping less is one of the biggest causes of of every problem, like inability to handle situations, poor health and weight gain, lack of focus and efficiency, anything you need, all depression and diabetes, hypertension, anything you say, everything comes down to stress and sleeping less. So if the nights you sleep well, you'll realize the days are much better. So find out what works for you. And yes, no, the phone has to be away. The phone cannot be around you when you're sleeping. Yeah. Pursuing a hobby. Now, after listening to so many of the lectures and the last two, which I heard Dr. Seema's and Dr. Vaishali's, pursuing a hobby is something which keeps you going. I understand. But now, again, if you have, like I write, I have actually reduced my work time to write, because not dental, I'm writing a fantasy book I've written too. And I'm working on it because I love it. It makes me really happy. Now, again, it's not necessary that because I have that, I am now doing it, reducing work to do this, follow my passion. A person who's in his 20s may not have that kind of luxury, and I understand. So, do you have the time to do it? Yes, perfect, take it out. If you do not have, prioritize, organize, make time. Then the last thing, if you still don't have a time for hobby, eventually you will manage, you will get it. But if you can't at this stage in your life, because you are setting your practice or whatever the reason, it's okay. It's okay. You are the most important person. Everything else is secondary. Just keep yourself fine. Yeah. It's all right. Think long term. I've been running constantly and I enjoyed it. Like every 2 weeks I would travel for courses. And I generally love traveling. So I would, then have family travel time also. My practice would be like, okay, my, consulting doctor would be like, Shivangi, you're never there. And, so I was like, okay, no, then you would work extra in those, clinic hours because you want to travel and then you want to enjoy also, then you take care of your family, and then mummy papa's side and in-laws side and sister, they want to travel with you, then your friends want. There is literally no end. So you are running because you are ambitious, and you love doing what you love, and you're like the superwoman who does everything. But the point is, how long can you run? And how far will you go with this running? Eventually, there will come a time when you will be done. And it came, as I said, that I felt that I would get up happy, I would do everything, and at the end of the day, it was just not right. Because the major part of the time, if you are internally tired, then it's not working for you, you will fall ill. And so this thing, when it started happening, I truly realized that this problem has to be addressed. And as I've told you, the things I did to make my life a little better. So think long term. Think that, okay, right now you are at a certain stage and age in your life where you are doing it. I can probably push it for another few years. It's not what I want to do anymore, because I see where I'm going, and it took me some time to see it, but I see it. And now I'm looking at a long term thing where some things, which is sustainable, because I have to be healthy to be able to do all the things that I'm doing. So changes, that is there. So once you have these issues, which you focus on these problems, acknowledge them, and you start making the changes. There are some lifestyle changes, as I discussed with you. Now, which brings us to the third point, that is bringing changes in your dental practice. Now, what does that really mean? So when I thought, okay, I need to bring some changes, I was like, okay, there maybe the issues I face, the receptionist is not doing her job well, then there are a lot of paperwork, long work hours, handling patient expectations, because when you have a referred practice, patients expect the sun and the moon, handling staff at the clinic many times, documenting my cases, because I used to teach, so I would document my cases and edit from here and there, and then crop and get them all pretty and put the photos out, and and those then posting the document cases also takes a toll, because it takes really long. And then traveling to learn from courses, I had a major FOMO. Oh, I don't want to miss out on anything. So traveling to learn from courses, and then traveling to conduct my own lectures and courses. So I'm just running, as I said. So I realized there was a constant lack of time every day for me. So what helped me in a dental way? The solution which I took out was making dentistry time efficient. So there was a time when I used to put a rubber dam and sit for like 2.5 hours, 3 hours. I'm not saying slow dentistry is bad. I am a slow dentist, but I realized that you still have to be time efficient, not just for the patient, for yourself also. You place a rubber dam where you feel it's needed, you do it. You don't want to, you want to put an Optra gate or something and it works for you, it's a front to, it's fine. If you feel that you can manage the same thing, same quality of work with Teflon and cotton roll, that is also fine. I understand that all the things which we are talking about, what they show on film, everything is part of the armamentarium, and it does not define us. It does not mean that I don't use this thing, so I am not a good dentist, because I know how to use these things, but I need to make things time efficient to survive. And I realized that I have to make procedures simpler, and I should be flexible, because some patients' mouth opening is so huge, you can do whatever, you can sit in the mouth. But there's some patients whose mouth opening is so less, you can't even see the sixes, right? So I would be very flexible with how I work, without compromising the quality of my work. as much as possible, I would do my best. Many cases I would use Teflon for retraction. Every case definitely is not a rubber dam case, but yeah, if you have huge, larger FMR cases, rather than taking, again, multitasking, taking all of it in my head, I would just write it down, split it into sections and, quadrant-wise dentistry, make it write on paper and treat it just one thing at a time. And when I could do that, it just became simpler. Okay. Then set protocols, remove confusion in the minds of your staff. If you don't have protocols for one particular process, then the staff is always looking at you. So, have protocols and just get your staff to understand what you need at what time. Then work with reliable and good labs. Being a prosthodontist, I have seen bad work. And believe me, I'm really finicky. And the 3 days, 3 times work will come well, and the last one will be horrible. So all this has happened. I'm sure it's happening with all of us. But pay a little bit more money, avoid repetitions, get good labs. You will realize, especially the younger generation, how we are, because we've taken loans and so many things. But the thing is, you work well from the beginning, and it really helps, and you get more efficient. The most important, which I learned very late, was to say no to patients you don't like. I know it's difficult. I would say it's beyond my expertise. Just because I feel that this is a patient who's going to give me a lot of stress, not really worth my time. If you still can't manage time, reduce working hours. Now, again, as I said, everybody is different. Their situations are different. I get it. But for me, reducing working hours really helped. I have started filtering patients a lot. And I have reduced my work days. Currently, I'm working just 4 days a week. I know it sounds like a very luxurious life, but no, because I've seen now the doctors who are giving full time to art. I get it. Everybody's priority is different. For me, currently, I am working 4 days a week, and remaining days I'm writing my book, because I realize if I don't do it now, probably it'll be a little late. So I'm, on the second draft and I'm working on it. I spend like 5 to 6 hours, and I think this is how I'm doing it. So I'm prioritizing myself over everybody else, because if I am not fine, nobody else around me, I can't take care of them. So you know your situation best. Maybe this is not the right time for you to reduce work hours, but prioritize things. And a happy you is better than a stressed, anxious, and busy you. Having said that, you're not alone, because the message I really want to put across is that we are all sailing in the same rough waters. The thing is that our boats may be different. That means I may be in a ship, or I may be, in a small boat. Our situations are different, but we are all dealing with the same problems. We are all sailing in the same rough waters at our own pace. And one thing may not work for the other, but acknowledging that the storm exists and understanding ways to navigate can make all the difference. So please take care of yourself, and I hope it was helpful. If you are struggling, or if you wish to share your journey, you can connect with me on my email ID. You can drop in a text on Facebook Messenger. And if you want to kind of get your dentistry a little more efficient, there are these videos on YouTube which I made during COVID, and they're pretty decent if you want to see how to place Teflon and how to use BioClear, all that. I've made some videos which you can go through. It'll help. And this is actually where I finish. But the last thing is that I have a course on 16th and 17th of March, which is next week. I would like to give a free seat to anybody who's interested. So obviously any of the amazing women dentists who are interested. And if you're interested, you can message me, or you can message Dr. Sonal. We would just do a lucky draw and pick one of the participants, and the course is completely free, so you can increase your skill set and efficiency. And obviously dentures, I kind of love dentures. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shivangi. And that's very generous of you to offer one seat from your lecture. And I'm sure the lucky person, whoever she is, would be really, really glad that she joined your course, because dentures are the need of the hour. I mean, we have denture patients, and denture honing skills should be there. So thank you, Dr. Shivangi. It was pleasure listening to you. And we have our
Thank you.
last speaker, Dr. Aarti Daswani. Dr. Aarti, are you there? Shivangi, smile for the camera.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, dear.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Sonal. I'm there. Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Aarti. Yeah, just smile for the camera. I'll finish with the clicking part. Okay. Now, I would say she is the last speaker for the day, but she is going to be talking about something that we all should imbibe in us. See, you be atheist, you believe in God, you don't believe in God, it's a separate issue altogether. But peace of mind is something actually we all are working for. And with that, I would like to welcome our speaker for the day, last speaker for the day, Dr. Aarti Daswani. I've always found her humble, dynamic, and she's always bubbly. Like, there's something to life with her. I mean, there is something going on with her. And I used to always wonder how come she is so poised. And now when I read her abstract, that's when I realized what lies behind this person who is such a calm and cool person. Dr. Aarti Daswani, with a passion for aesthetic and cosmetic dentistry, her dedication to her craft is matched not only by her commitment to dentistry, but also to spirituality and intellectual growth, as she seeks balance to both worlds with grace and wisdom. With accreditation in aesthetic and cosmetic dentistry from IACD, Dr. Aarti Daswani brings a keen eye for beauty and details to her practice, ensuring that each patient receives the highest level of care and satisfaction. Beyond her professional pursuit, she enriches her life through satsangs and prayers, nurturing her spiritual and intellectual quotient. Listen to her as she shares her insight on the delicate art of balancing these two worlds, demonstrating how spiritual fulfillment and intellectual growth can enhance one's professional and personal life. Dr. Aarti, the stage is all set for you. But before we begin, we have a ritual of asking 3 questions, and I'm sure you are ready with your answers. So, what are the 3 words that describe Dr. Aarti?
So the 3 words that describe me are sincere, silent, and smiling.
Yeah, perfectly said. Very perfectly said. Okay, and if not a dentist, what is the other profession that you think you would have excelled in?
So as our previous speaker, whom I really adore and admire, Dr. Shivangi Jain, I also love writing, and I think I would have been an author, a full-time author.
Wow. So we have many authors, artists. I mean, basically, we dentists are all creatively blessed, I would say. So, and one book or a thought that has always helped you go through the rough times or has been your favorite one?
So my favorite book is The Magic by Rhonda Byrne,
Oh,
which is which really worked magic in my life.
oh, wonderful, wonderful. That is actually a favorite one for everybody, I would say. Everybody should read it. Okay, Dr. Aarti, you can start sharing your screen. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, can you share, go into slide share mode?
Is my screen visible?
It is visible, but just can you go to the slide share mode?
Sure.
Yes, perfect. Go ahead, doctor.
Okay. Yeah, so good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Sonal and the team for giving me this opportunity to present a topic which is really close to my heart. So the title is Balancing the Intelligent Quotient and the Spiritual Quotient.
Dr. Aarti, are you there? Dr. Aarti?
I think there might be internet connection issue, connectivity.
Yes, Dr. Noorul, that's what I believe. We'll give her a minute then.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think my network had gone.
Yes, yes, we realize that, doctor. Okay, so continue with the slide share again and we start again.
Yes. Is it visible now, Doctor?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Okay. Okay, so we begin with the terminology. IQ is basically about what we think, It is a function of our left brain, analysis and logic. And when you go to EQ is basically what you feel. So it is basically regarding how positively can you manage your own emotions and others' emotions. Whereas spiritual quotient, SQ, is about your being, your true self. Who am I? So relating the IQ, EQ, and SQ to dentistry. So if we wish to give a holistic dental patient management, we need to balance all this. So I would suggest that the SQ would be our foundation. The spirituality basically means being close to God, having God, the feeling of divinity in each day, whatever you do, in your thoughts, in your actions. So keeping SQ as foundation, imagine you you do each of your work as worship. So imagine if you have a patient who walks into your clinic and you have that feeling that each patient who enters my clinic is God. Each dealer, each MR, the patient sitting on my dental chair, the support staff, everyone is God. So it actually completely transforms the way you practice. It makes your practice completely ethical. You can maintain integrity in your practice, and you live with a purpose. You live with the highest amount of moral values, and it really makes you compassionate, wherein the welfare and the needs of the patient come before anything else. Also, to improve your IQ, I always feel it's our moral responsibility to keep upgrading our skills and our expertise, both our knowledge as well as the practical skills, so that we can deliver the best treatment to our patients. We should be completely attentive to details, give our 100% attention to each and every patient so that we can make accurate diagnosis and formulate effective treatment plans for them, as if each patient was our own relative, the closest relative for whom we are going to plan the best of the treatment. Coming to the EQ, if we integrate EQ into our dental practice, it's actually going to make a lot of difference. So it starts with effective patient communication. Then let's be empathetic. Let's keep ourselves in the patient's shoes and then formulate the treatment plan for them, or making each patient comfortable on your dental chair in your practice. Then the teamwork plays a very big role. We have a team with not only the consulting doctors who come to our practice, but each day we work off, and a team is the one which actually makes a dream practice for you. Then we've come across so many patients who are having so much of anxiety and phobia of visiting to a dentist, and having a good EQ helps us to manage their anxiety, their apprehensions, and a wow kind of a dental experience. So this was regarding a little theoretical background of IQ, EQ, and SQ and how to relate it to dentistry. What I feel, I mean, I'm really, really blessed that I feel that this SQ was ignited in me right from my college days, right from my junior college days. And that was the time I realized that this SQ is much, much beyond than our IQ and EQ. Because it's a matter of fact that we are not human beings having a spiritual experience, but we are actually spiritual beings having a human experience. So having this understanding completely had blown my mind, and that's when I started understanding that whoever each human being who is visible is just 2% of their physical personality, but 98% is actually what they are within. So it is the soul, it is the mind level, it is called the man and the buddhi level, that is the heart and the mind. So at each person is different from within, and obviously God has given a unique personality from outside as well. But what actually makes them behave is what is there in within. So that time I realized that spirituality is something that we need to understand right from the beginning of our life. It helps us to discover our life's purpose and find meaning in our lives. Spirituality is a very essential human life. It is a foundation of our holistic well-being. So this is a thought which really resonated with me for a long time in my life. That knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. And in our satsang, our Guruji told us that know thyself and you know God. So we are not on a path to just understand God or to realize. We are on a path to realize our own selves. Then the question comes that can anyone know themselves on their own? Can spirituality be understood just by reading some spiritual books? Maybe, but mostly not. So I've read a little about Gautam Buddha and Mahavir. So what they have written and they have mentioned is that although they realized themselves on this path alone, without any guru or without any spiritual master, but it was a very difficult path for them because they were walking all alone. So when you have a spiritual master in life and a very good spiritual community, it makes the path of self realization and the path to salvation not only easy, but a very enjoyable and a fulfilling journey. So, Lord Krishna was a spiritual master to Arjun. Lord Ashtavakar Muni was a spiritual master to Raja Janak. Swami Vivekanand had his spiritual master Ramakrishna Paramhans. So here am I with my spiritual master, whom we call Bhagwanji. So all the spiritual practices that I've been able to implement and most of them which I still am in work in progress, I would like to share 7 of them, which have really, really helped me transform the way I think and the way my life has been. And I really loved, so authentically, Dr. Shivangi Jain mentioned that to keep an open mind, and we are all work in progress. So the first spiritual practice is see God in everyone and everywhere. The most fundamental point of our satsang is the whole world is filled with God, nothing but God. So, God is energy, God is universal. Even if you ask a child, where is God? So, a child is going to ask that God is everywhere. Be it a living being, be it a non living being, in air, in water, in nature, everywhere God is there. So, instead of worshipping God in a particular temple, we need to understand that God is there everywhere, in every human being, be it a small child, be it an old patient, anyone. Everyone is having God within, and God is present everywhere around you. So the moment I started implementing this in my life and in my dental professional life, I realized that I started becoming fearless. Because from my childhood, I used to be a very shy introvert, a sincere person, a very studious person, and always scared of everyone, scared of talking in front of people. And then I started realizing when I started seeing God in everyone, my fear started getting lesser and lesser. When you see the person is God, you can't hate anyone. Basically, you'll be free of all negativity if you have that bhav of God in everyone, and your life would be filled with positivity, peace, happiness, and love. So this is the first master spiritual practice, which is practicing God in everyone and in everything. The second practice, which really, really helped me and has worked magic in my life, is gratitude. So it's rightly said that if the only prayer you said was thank you, then that would be enough. So I really thank God that from my childhood, I got the spiritual community, spiritual master, and such a supporting family, and also a very good profession of dentistry. Uh, I would like to share what are the tips that help me inculcate this habit of gratitude in my daily life. So, the first tip is to use the magical hour. So, magical hour is 30 minutes once you wake up in the morning and 30 minutes before you go to sleep. So, it is a matter of fact that the way you behave is actually regulated by your subconscious mind. Consciously, there are many things we don't want to do. But because it's there deep into our subconscious, it comes into our action. So, the 30 minutes when we are about to go to sleep, our conscious mind is gradually going to sleep. and the subconscious mind is getting awakened. And when we wake up in the morning, the subconscious mind is gradually now going to sleep and the conscious mind is awakening. So that is the time when whatever training we give to our mind by means of affirmations, by means of visualization, gratitude, it actually helps us to inculcate in our practical life. So begin your day with gratitude, make a gratitude journal, count your blessings each day. Maybe you can write 3 blessings, 10 blessings. Also end your gratitude with end your day with the gratitude journal. Write down at least 3 to 5 instances in the entire day which you're really grateful. Then be creative. It is always nice to use different colors, which activates your subconscious mind and it activates your creativity, the right side of your brain. And use colors, you scribble, you can use images. We saw such lovely, beautiful artwork that Dr. Vaishali ma'am showed. So, very whatever comes in your mind, just put it on a paper and be innovative. Entire day be in the search of gold, like search what is the best thing that is happening today which I'm going to note down in my journal. Make it like really very exciting. Then as I mentioned, this is my favorite book, The Magic. So there were about 28 magical practices in this book each day which I used to practice, and then that helped me in getting the gratitude practice in my daily life. Then entire day, let us make this as one mantra. Thank you, God. So even if there are things which don't seem to be favorable, let's just thank God. If there is some delay, just thank God. If there's rain, thank God. If there's no rain, everything in life, believe me, everything in life is something good only, and it deserves a thank you. Because the things which we want, if they don't happen, they are even better for our progress. So this was the second magical practice. The third magical practice, which is smile. So this is the quote that I've written, that a smile is a tribute to God within and in everyone and everything. So as I mentioned that right from my childhood, I was a very sincere, studious child with always having a lot of stress on my mind. I wanted to excel in all the exams. I wanted to be the best child, daughter to my parents. I wanted to be the best looking everywhere. So that had made my smile disappear, and I used to be a very serious person and taking a lot of burden on my head. So initially when I went to my satsang, they kept on telling me, my Bhagwanji, my spiritual community, they kept on telling me that smile for miles and miles. Smile, please. As like, no, we have seen that small Instagram video of Muskurao. So whatever happens, just smile. And these were the first most lesson that I learned in my satsang. And then I started faking it until I actually could make it. So without any reason, I just used to smile, and I used to carry a mirror in and check whether I'm smiling. I used to enter the lift and check whether I'm smiling. I used to come home, just look for the mirror and just smile, smile, and smile. And this conscious effort of smiling actually made it a unconscious habit for me. That sometimes now when I sleep, some people say that, you were smiling when you were sleeping. So smiling has really transformed my life. The fourth spiritual practice that has really helped me is that of journaling. So as I said, like I love writing, and I as much I just can't express myself much verbally, but I can do it for hours together writing. So daily reflection has replaced all the regrets of my life with miracles and magic. So journaling for me is a meditation, and it's a mirror of my inner world, and it gives me so much of clarity. It declutters my mind and it makes me feel lighter. As Dr. Shivangi Jain rightly mentioned, that when we make a checklist, it helps us to declutter our mind. So it gives us a lot of clarity. The another spiritual practice which really helped me was the Om sound. So when I used to go for my yoga class, each day we were asked to do Om chanting for about 5 times. And I started having, it used to be a very beautiful start of the day. And when I realized that the literal meaning of Om is that I am soul, I am energy, I am God. So that really helped me get into deeper into this entire language of Om, like what exactly the Akar means, the Ukar means, the Omkar means, and that really helped me to become very calm, peaceful. So now also, if we have time, I would just for 15 seconds, I would like to play this Om Dhwani, wherein I want you to be in the your fingers to be in the chin mudra, or it is called as a Gyan mudra, on your lap, and I'll just play it. So I'm not sure whether it was audible, but basically, when you chant this Om mantra for at least 3 to 5 times in a day with the eyes closed in a meditative pose, I myself have benefited, and these are the benefits that I mean, I've seen that many people experience this. It connects you to your true sense, because the literal meaning of Om is that I am soul, I am energy. It calms your mind. It improves your focus and concentration. It deepens your spiritual awareness. It creates positive vibrations all around you, and it gives you a lot of physical as well as mental health benefits. Another spiritual practice is whenever we go for a spiritual community meeting, which is called satsang, we listen to a lot of bhajans, and we also sing a lot of bhajans. Uh, so it actually serves as a reminder of whatever gyan or whatever knowledge we have acquired. Remember, in our childhood, we used to keep reciting, keep repeating our nursery rhymes, and it used to go deep into our minds, and still we can recollect all those rhymes. So whenever whatever vachans that we listen to in satsang, or whatever we want to be repeated completely in our mind, the music is a better way, the best way to do it. And it's a beautiful way to express devotion to the divine. It also improves your focus and concentration. It lifts up your mood, and it provides serenity and peace. And listening to music and to such devotional songs is also therapeutic. Another spiritual practice, I actually call it as a spiritual practice because it really helped me a lot. So, again, at the cost of repeating it, I am telling you that I was a very sincere and a serious person, and who used to, always look out for perfection. And any small error, any small mistake used to make me cry the entire day. If I don't do a filling properly, if I don't do something properly at my clinic, if I spoke rudely to a patient, or if I spoke rudely to my staff, it used to make me condemn myself so totally. And for hours together, I used to just condemn myself, feel bad about it, and cry about it. But then one fine day, I realized that laughing at my own shortcomings, my errors, and the way my circumstances are, my situations are, and it helped me to gracefully accept them as they are. And it helped me, in fact, to creatively find out best solutions for them. And I also read that Mickey Mouse has said that to laugh at yourself is an act of loving yourself. So laugh loudly, laugh often, and most important, laugh at yourself. And the last and the most important spiritual practice, which has actually helped me learn all the spiritual practices, is attending satsang. So that is a spiritual discourse that we go to. Currently, it is happening twice in a week. And this is a satsang hall, and I'm sitting right here. There are people of different ages, right from children to old people, and all mixed group people are there in a satsang. And so it is rightly said, as the company, so the color. The time you spent with all the people, you actually start becoming like them. So, I feel it's a big blessing to be a part of such a spiritual community. It serves as a reminder and keeps you on track, because all these things we are all aware of, that God is everywhere. We are aware that we are supposed to smile. We are aware that we are supposed to say thank you to God. But what happens is, in the life takes over and we forget all these things. But attending these spiritual discourses helps us to, it serves as a reminder which helps us to be on track. And the power of spiritual community is that in you will be a part of a very bigger family, and you will be never alone in life. There is so much of positive vibrations in that satsang hall. And together, everyone is like-minded. Everyone is doing mass sadhana that is happening, and each other's experiences are really inspiring and motivating. It is said that satsang is a kalpavriksha. That means it is a wish-fulfilling divine tree. So instead of sitting in the satsang and having the wishes of worldly things, what we do is when we sit in the satsang hall, whichever thing we feel that I'm not able to overcome something, I am not able to get over something. If we close our eyes and just make that sankalpa that I want to get over it, the vibrations there are really so powerful that they help you actually get over it. So the summary is that these are the 7 practices that have really, really helped me in my life, and I hope if you could, I hope they have helped you too. And whichever you can pick up, I would be really, really grateful that it has helped you. So mentioning it again, see God everywhere, have a heart full of gratitude, smile always, make a practice of journaling each day. Listen to devotional music and laugh it out on yourself. And if possible, you attend any kind of a spiritual discourse or be a part of a spiritual community. It's actually a life changer. So thank you so much for your time. And once again, thanks a lot to Dr. Sonal for giving me this platform to talk.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti. And one thing for sure that I'll tell you what, satsang invariably or spiritual quotient, everybody has it. Maybe they don't believe in it. They don't believe the true sense of the term, the words, what are portrayed. But manifestation is the new status quo or status symbol, which everybody would say that, okay, I'm manifesting something. So what are they doing? They're actually praying or wishing that those things have already happened to them. They are, and what you said correctly, that satsang is also about creating that positive vibe. So invariably, we are manifesting towards a fulfilling life, towards something that the whole Pink Dental Congress is also all about that only, that manifesting. That's the reason I kept your lecture today. The reason being that, yes, there is a take-home message, a deeper take-home message. I'm not saying I'm myself, I don't sit in front of God and pray for hours together. No, that is not what it is. For me, watching a sunrise or seeing the sunset is equally as good as meditation. So manifestation is the key, and the new generation, the Gen Z, for them the term would be manifest. Yeah, if you manifest, and that's what the K-pops and all the the pop stars also telling them. So it is actually deep rooted into Indian culture itself. Uh, all these roots are there somewhere in India. We just have to go back to them. So thank you so much for enlightening us. And that says a lot about you, doctor, because Aarti, I've always, I'm taking this privilege to call you Aarti, because I've always seen you so calm and peaceful, and always as a person whom you can say, okay, she is poised. So, and I was surprised when you said that you also had a bad phase. You worked on it. So this has helped you. And I'm sure there would be somebody who will take a message from here on. And thank you, Aarti, for enlightening us. So it was really amazing. So manifest, everybody start manifesting that you have a beautiful life, you have something to look forward to, and tomorrow is going to be a beautiful day. This moment here on is going to be beautiful. Thank you so much. So this is the end of day 2 for us, and here we I wouldn't say goodbye, because tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. that is earlier. I mean earlier we used to always start at 10:30, but tomorrow we are starting at 9:30. The only reason being that we have a set of speakers who are eagerly waiting to actually help you reach your goal of fulfillment. So see you all tomorrow, and thank you to all the speakers who joined today. Thank you to everybody who has participants who have joined today from whatever platform. I'm seeing 4 or 5 platforms being used right now for viewing our Pink Dental Congress, and it's very overwhelming to see this kind of response. And I mean, I was not sure how this will work out, and today I'm very happy that we took up this topic, because it's really different. It's something which any dentist, they have it in them. There is a life beyond dentistry, and we should really explore it, because ultimately at the end of the day, it will help us grow. So with that note and a promise that tomorrow is going to be yet another enlightening days of binge watching, a few episodes were displayed today, but tomorrow, stay tuned. It's going to be more powerful. Take care, guys. And this is Team Pink Dental Congress signing off. Thank you so much. Dr. Nural?